And we are looking at right now what appears to be a dropout on Moderna, going to 395.73. And right now, the only position that I have open that's consequential on this particular movement for Moderna, I have one for AMC2. It's at 32.55. Although I did thin it out a little bit just to be safe because of, the price wasn't moving much. And, we'll talk about that in a bit. So now you can see pretty much to here we've got AMC, let's see, Moderna at 400. We have one of these calls from yesterday. And at 399, it's actually not doing the best. Although, right now is when it's Friday. You're never going to find the calls cheaper than you do on Friday. Maybe it's beginning its long drive up now. Time now is 9:34. So I certainly am not in a rush to pounce through this market, just to say. But I really feel that these bulls are tired of sitting in a pen, boy. And so we'll go ahead and start out with two of these to get the day going. And that's about as far. Oh, good. Okay. It's about as far as we wish to go at the moment. And no, it's inconsequential. It's, $11 up. We're going to wait to see what else the market does before we do much more. Yesterday we piled in too early. We kind of had a need to do that. I told you I let the energies run a lot of what I do because I got that big guy upstairs watching over. And so that was just the way I felt yesterday about that moment. And so I did, in the moment, what I felt was right to do. And that's a hard thing for people to do. Now, yesterday, we were challenged to somehow not end the day completely destroying this account. And I was able to come back, and I'll tell you that story. I took some... I also took some screenshots and different things just to kind of give you the hint of how, we did that, and I'll explain that to you as well. All right, so look at where we're at. We that line makes it look like we dropped like 50 points, but folks, that's like $1. No, that's like $5. This is wrong because it's up, so it's not even that anymore. It's pretty much at its top now, which I feel good about because we're 6 minutes into the market, and yesterday 6 minutes in we started making a drop, and we were going up and until that point. This time we didn't fly away. We actually went down and we came back up. It's like whatever the market does at first, it's going down, then it's going to come back up. Whatever it does at first, it's like pointing to the way it's not going to go. Welcome to the program, folks. I know I didn't get here at 9 a.m., but I just... One of the things that I've got to work on in my life is getting more sleep so that I am 100% when I'm here and I'm not too tired, especially when I take a hit of my medical marijuana, then I really want to fall over. So that's not really how I want to live my life. And I certainly don't want to, just be in that form with you when actually we could be in such a better form together. And I'm about that better form. All right. So obviously I was sleeping. And I feel good about that. So we're not going any more into this market until we can get some good indication of what's going to happen here. Because, I really suspect that we're going to have an up day today. We've had 3 days in a row where 2 days were completely red days, no question. Bear days, we managed to, keep ourselves doing good on those days. And then, remember, today is Friday of this week, coming off of the Friday from hell last week. And, we're kind of like getting a redo here. And I'm very interested to see this redo work out well. And, let's see how this is. And, there's a certain feeling for bears when they have a few days in a row. They don't want to switch gears. They're just like bulls in a lot of ways. Bulls don't want to switch gears. They don't want to, and they think, you could only be one or the other. No matter if you can make money and you're aware and you know that it's going down, but you do the wrong thing, you go ahead and try and help people with that, you're going to be in trouble. Now, yesterday wasn't going down. Yesterday was like a neutral day. So my attitude, and I basically said this was like the way we lost on last Friday. I said, if you guys want to end up doing well, it might be, and I said this right out loud, and it's what happened. It might be that you make yourself whole as bulls first, and then after it's done, it'll swing back around and make bears whole. Although bears had the harder job at that point because they had to actually stick through a lot of market action waiting for their moment. But it came. It didn't last long. And if you didn't jump on it, then it was going to be hard to be made whole yesterday. So I really set folks up for that kind of thinking. I hope that if you were a bear in that instance, that you were able to also become whole yesterday. Remember, at one point we were over $5,500 down. That was not a pleasant feeling. And so today, what's going to happen? I'm bullish, though right now we're still discovering together which way this is going to land, which way this cookie's going to crumble. Obviously, it's not flying above 400. I thought that by buying a call last evening, even when it was around 390, that by this morning it would have some value to it. Wrong. You've seen it was barely worth what it was. And that is a testament to why I cash out each night. I try to, because doing options, staying in them overnight, especially when you're doing last week, in the week options, they're just nothing to stick around in. Yesterday I was so uncomfortable sticking around in those options. And you know what else I had to do to ensure? I had to really go the distance to get back yesterday. I had to actually also buy more bear positions, more puts when we were at around 405. I did that because I knew that with the option loss that we were experiencing by the time the Bears got their chance, that it wouldn't work unless I had a little bit more. By then I felt confident it was going down, and I was actually trying to tell some folks, because I felt it would go down to about right where it did, and then it even came back. So there was no win for bulls or bears yesterday. A very neutral day, and consequential. Yeah, these days cost. Remember, when you're moving 50, 60, 70 points, and that's what the folks are used to that are behind a particular movement, it's going to cost them a lot of money on days where it's neutral and they're really putting their neck out. So, just, we're going to be smart today. We're not going to go running in and doing like we did last Friday, trying to pick up every, we're going to wait for the market to tell us what she wants to do. It's already 9:42. It's 15 minutes in. And welcome to Money Market Mantics, where you can find your favorite show, Moderna Mantics. Moderna excels. And I have so many of these Mantix programs, I honestly do think like that. So we're at 401.28. Let's take a look at some of the volume we're having here. So volume is around 100,000. Not that exciting. Okay, let's see what some of these other stocks are doing right quick here. Because if there is something else going on that we think is something, a lot of people are talking about Robinhood. Look at it run today. It started at 48, but that's not that big of a run. We're going to outdo that on Moderna, right? Oh, Regeneron. This is a company that I wanted to talk to you guys about. It's been going up lately a lot. And the reason why Regeneron is doing so well is because Regeneron, wow, came down here to 602. That would have been a nice buy-in. What are the options going like on this company? Do they have options? Yeah. I don't know if I could see it here. I mean, they're not too bad, but these expire today. If you were to get, I wouldn't buy a company like this unless you were getting it more out where you had some. I'm just not used to its overall movements. What I will say is Regeneron has a good position right now because and I'll go over with you all the specifics why, but they have a new treatment, an antibody treatment that actually heals people from COVID. It's a treatment that is only effective if you take it, if you get the treatment within the very first feeling of having it. In fact, you should be getting your senses about whether you have it or not early on. You need a test, right? And then you'll know if you need that. All right, let's go back to Moderna. 402.13, still hanging out in that same zone. And I don't trust these. I think they give me bad prices over there because I don't pay extra for it. They make themselves look bad when they do that, you know? Okay, so yeah, these are the costs of getting in this position as a bear or a bull. And you know, they're if you think it's going up, you can get some of these 415 calls for $1.82. I'm not getting any more myself personally. And if you think it's down, you can pull out the 485 for $1.50. So I think that more sentiment is on the bull side. I mean, it does seem like it's about due to travel up a good 50 points on the bulls. I mean, you know, unless you're of the belief, and some people still walk around saying it's overvalued. I just don't see that myself, but I've always loved Moderna, and I think that they're doing great work, and I could see what they're doing. Yeah, I think it's holding itself pretty good. I'm going to pick up one more call position, and yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that, but let's hope it's good timing here. Alright, we'll go ahead and do it. By golly, we're going on 946 right now. So I'm going to just pick up one call position. And that'll do. That'll do. So that's a 405 call. And right now, and I've just been, that wasn't, so it's 440, and we're down 32 on it. That, of course, to me feels like we probably are gonna raise above that soon. Yeah, that's not, that spread is not so wide, right? It's wide enough, but it's not that wide for Moderna. it's costing us more that we're starting to go down a little bit more than anything else. So, but again, it's early on, and it's not that far down. I mean, it could change that. We'll see. Maybe I'm in a wee bit early. So 400. We're looking at. Yeah, I don't like what I'm seeing. But it's got to have these zones. Just takes time. You can't have everything you want, can you? And so we'll just get 99.9999999% of what we want. Man, I love the mornings where I have a little bit more time to prep, right? That's always better. But I think we're going to do well with this. You see what's going on. It's going to take some hodling. So, when you get these, if you believe in it, then you look at it as like it's a discount, right? But you're not going to jump. Right now, I'm not doing much more. I'm going to hold off. So we're just going to come on over here and get on that snake. Yeah. So, it still might decide itself to be a down day today. It still might decide itself to be that. And, with these current prices on the options, what you're going to find is as soon as it starts moving away, it's going to start losing value on your options. Like these two here. I mean, my goodness. It's just the way it goes sometimes. I mean, for the P&L day, we're down 508. With all this red, you would think that it's absolutely treacherous. And it is. It's getting down to 396. Just let's not jump the gun. That's definitely some bearish direction. Doesn't always pay to be a bull, can I say? And we all know that. We all know what we're getting into, especially the people who've been around with me for a while. We've seen how it works. It can be very exciting, but it could also be nerve-wracking. It could take from you. It could be brutal. And so it goes both ways. And I think that's why people, they want to have that. There we go. It seems like we're at some kind of floor right there. If it falls below that, then it falls below our opening folly. This is the way it goes sometimes. Could just be a whole nother day like yesterday. Back and forth and back and forth. Those are not my favorite kind of days because I could do more damage control when it goes in one direction and stays going in that direction. And that's just the truth. That's for all of us. So when it starts moving around in ways like that are pulling away from that path, we're going to have to really move quick. You know me, I don't like experiencing a loss. Well, none of us do, obviously. That goes without saying. But, if we're going to be jumping down like this, the only worst thing you could do is sell out of a position that's coming up and to get on the other side of it, so you got to be careful. Now let's see what that's doing. It's just looking a wee bit up, but it's kind of like the snake yesterday when it was, we're getting on 952, by the way. Yeah, we're going to hang on because it could now's that time when it could find its legs and start walking it right up. It's coming up a little bit more now. Let me get you that order book and view a bit because I've been talking to you guys. I made my Moderna sign a little bit smaller. Really, that's going to change to a money market mantic sign. because I want to take on more. Moderna is always going to be our main stock, but if it's not moving or if it's in one of these lulls, we're not going to gamble in it just because we're Moderna mantics. That's my point. We got to do what's right for our families and for our future. We can't forget about our dreams. Our dreams matter so. Your dreams matter so much to me. And I know my dreams matter so much to you because you're here filling them, just spending time with me. Don't you know that was what my dreams have always been? So we are at right now 398.71, remaining very bullish, remaining very optimistic, remaining very hopeful. Time now is 9:53. 9:54 actually. That clock's a minute slow, so. Oh, and that clock on the phone, if it ever veers in view, don't ever listen to that one that we're on there. It says 9:41 always. Okay, so are we going to continue riding this one up? It's 398.38. I think so. I think we're finding ourselves in a bull pattern here. In a bull run up. Let's see what's happening. We're going to stick with it. We're going to make it happen today. Welcome to the program. We have folks from all over today on various channels. And I've been coming on more often with you guys because, at first I think on some of my channels, people were thinking I was just trying to be insane about the vaccine with all the politics. And I'm like, oh, please. I'm not going to even... Really, I think I might be addressing this for the first time right now. And I just keep going on. And I don't want to lose people because I love them. And I'm just trying to help. And here we see now Moderna's coming back down above, we'll see where it decides to go. We're going to remain, just steadfast with these bulls here and hope to God that this turns out to be the right move. All right, so it looks like we're getting back down to, I don't know if there's anything back about it. We're getting down to new lows on the day here. 394. That doesn't scare me much after yesterday. Man, we pulled a real quick one off yesterday, I'll tell you. And it's just wanting to go down, and the bulls are fighting against it, but yeah, what I want to see, and we'll just go take a look real quick together, is the position cost distribution. That tells you a lot of how deep people are in Moderna and how much they're holding on. So the people who own Moderna right now are currently, many of them, and this is why you're finding so many bulls, because many of them are invested in at higher levels, and they ain't going nowhere. And then you have some that invested in, most people at this point are invested in from 250 up. I mean, the entire enchilada is almost from 250 up. And everybody that was in from below that looks like they took profit, except for very few at the very bottom here. So that's holding it up in a powerful way, except we're still going down. And let's see, this has got to be killing our P&L for the day. It sure is. So we're a grand down. I don't like that. That's not why we're here. Yesterday we got scared too quick. This is Moderna. And, before she gives, she tests and takes. So you know what? It's not going to cost much more to remain consistent with our current view. We're basically in this right now for about $600. That's the most more we can lose on Moderna's action. So we're just going to sit with what we got. We're not going to play every single position until we drive ourselves nuts. That's not the goal. So tonight we have American Mantics we're going to be having going off. So you should be a part of that. That's at 7 p.m. And that comes on every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday night. So do please be a part of that. That's why all the rest of this stuff exists, honestly. Because we're building passions around what matters most to people do. Okay, so right now we are coming up a little bit off that bottom. Let's see how far we go. I mean, it's not really looking like that on the chart, however, here, because we got down to about 391. There it is. Yeah, it does. Okay. Just takes a moment, and it looks like it could turn around or it could continue the drop. It's hard to say. Well, it looks like they're going to continue to drop. I want to see what you guys are saying and say good morning to you. Tell you how much I love you. What? I'm so tired of these folks. Oh, geez. Okay. Yeah. Whatever. Okay, so that's that. I had an appeal rejected because I played a video that they didn't like, that they said was misleading news, and it wasn't me talking, it was me just playing a video of President Trump talking, and now they want to put a strike on my account because of that. It's like you can't play a former president saying something for educational purposes. Instead, if you do that, you'll get in trouble in this current environment we live in. Wow, today does look like it could be a bearish day, I'll tell you, We're already down on the day now. And that's painful for bears. But one thing's for sure. Painful for bulls. One thing's for sure. I'm not going to play both sides just yet. I'm not in that mood. I remember yesterday what happened, and we're not even just getting to 10 o'clock, so, man, look at this. Maybe we should be. When it starts getting lower than, even your own expectations, you got to think. And I'm not trying to lose all my value on these. Although I don't want to go both ends. I really don't want to go both ends, that's for sure. So I'm going to hold off. We'll see what happens. I'm still a bull. And if you're making money on the puts, congratulations. Good job. Go get them. I don't stand in your way. And so we'll see how that cookie crumbles for you. I hope it does well. I hope you make a lot of money. In the meantime, I'm going to stick with the bullish position. You see, if you bounce around too much, your exposure, not that if you lose or win, you might lose anyway on a bad day, right? But your exposure to loss increases. And today is not the day to be caught with your pants down on any of these positions. Why? Because it ends today, right? That's the flip side to the final day on these positions. Now, one thing you can do to minimize some of the risk is, if you're a bull and you believe in it, and this is a good price to you, to buy calls going into next week instead. That might be a better way to go. Although, a lot of these bulls too, they're afraid to move too much and it's coming back up now. In fact, this could be a good discount to pick up another one of these guys. I'm going to just stay on the same position I've been on and pick up one. Because I know when it falls deep, sometimes that's prudent. Picking up a position when you start seeing some action come back in the way that favors your position. But hopefully you catch on to it a little bit and continues in that direction, because it could just start going wrong for you. But this is pulling up pretty quick, so we'll see how far it continues, and if it stays in that predicament. It's risen above previous zones dropping. That's why if you're a bear, you're like, oh no, what's happening? And you're getting worried right now, because you know how the position is changing now. Now it might come back down again, so we'll keep an eye on that. We're at 393.60 on Moderna. It looks like it's gonna possibly continue on or come back down a little bit. I wouldn't mind to see it fall into a pattern zone where it continues to pick up value as it rises and has ever so slightly retracement zones there. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying. I'm coming to you. Am I on twice on this channel? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Okay. So we got 5 on board. Welcome to it. Now you already know that I'm going to ask you guys to please like the video so that we can get more people on board. That's how the algorithms work. If it's just you 5 folks and all you want is just the 5 of you watching and that's it, well then don't do anything. That's how it works on each one of these channels. And by the way, for all the channels it works like that. So make sure you like it and even do comment and share. I mean, there's no telling that this will be something we end up doing for the coming years or however long, if this is working for you, right? And it is, because we're teaching you new talents. So make sure you like what we're putting out, or there's a good chance it might stop. Alright, so right now we're coming back up in a pattern just like we were hoping for. I hope that if you're a bull, you've also had an opportunity to pick up some calls down here when we're below this zone. I think I picked mine up right about where we're at anyway, so I suspect we're going to continue coming back up. We are positive on the day, which is good. That makes me feel a lot better about this whole thing. And we'll see here. Still has some more to go, I think. So we'll just I think what happened is the after hours market decided to take it to new levels, all those bulls, and now it's just sort of relaxing a little bit and falling in a more bullish pattern like we suspected it would be. Although some of those initial calls we got into were a bit high, so for, you know, those of us who bought some yesterday and held over onto them until today, and for those of us who bought some at the market opening, those are still building their value until they get back up to around 401, 402, just above 400. It's important for those to get up to above 400. We're still climbing ever so slightly. We're turning around a little bit, so we're looking at that snake closely. I hope if it wasn't really that dramatic of a high on that last cycle. So let's hope that we can continue doing wonderful things here. And we have a hurricane forming, or a tropical storm forming out in the Atlantic. It's at 393.37. Yeah, we don't need that right now. 393.39. Okay, so it should stop there if this, we don't want this valley to be lower than the last, unless it's going to tell us that we're not as bullish as we thought. So, looks like it could be changing around. Let's see. Nothing of that much power, so anything could still happen. We're only up on the day by $1.45. And if you got in when the market opened, it sure don't feel like up on the day. And you'll see that when there's a lot of participants in the market. There's so many people who are looking at where your current levels are, and they don't buy that this is bullish, because they consider the drop from the initial market as showing bearish signs. But it's not always true. Yesterday it felt a lot like that. We had that energy going on. So can today be a bit of that? Sure. There's a lot of things that are at play here. One of the things at play, man, we really have to see some progress on that. Because once you start getting in a little bit more and it wants to come back down, we want to see it rise. And it's at 392.79, huh? That's not the dramatic rise we were looking for. And that's it. It might not give you a dramatic rise. I mean, doesn't it always seem, obviously, one thing I'll say is the market's been taking from a lot of people lately, especially on options. All you hear about from people are talking about bloody murder with options right now. Even Meaty McGreedy. Oh, don't ever get into options. Here we go, we're going up. Although he's getting ready to teach a course on them. Maybe he could teach us how he got into that, into all those Tesla options that he's got that are all costing him money. And how he missed Moderna until by the time he got on it, he found Moderna when it was at 500 and told his people about it. Unbelievable. Okay, so we're coming up. We are bulls. We are holding on. Yep. Good morning. Oh yeah, baby. Good morning. We got a time now of 9:03:95:61. That's actually a time of winning, but the actual time is 10:11. We got a price of that I like, I love, because we're going up. We'll hope to continue going up, going on up. Yeah. Right now it's looking a little bit sideways. Well, oh no, let's pull this. There we go. That looks better. There we go. Okay, so folks, so Techno, you're riding on puts from yesterday. No, sold out at 600, new broker. Okay, was 950. What the fuck? Large spreads. Yep. They're not always doing what's to help you, brother. That's for sure. And by the way, if you're, no matter where you're coming from with, following us, if you're on a different channel or whatever, don't be afraid to use the comments still, because most people that are trying to stick with us on this are coming to the channel Moderna Excels, because, I have larger channels elsewhere, but they're not really, sometimes I don't play them for this content, or if I do, they don't necessarily like it. So, alright, we're at 394.62, and that's why I really separated things so that I can, okay, I'm coming on, but let me turn it off for them. If I start playing a certain kind of content and it's not working out well for that particular group, I could always just pull back and say, okay, let me go ahead and turn it off for them. And I do that. So remember, don't pretend you don't like it if it's doing you a service, and whine about it, because you'll end up without it. Again, we want to see these peaks, and remember yesterday, these weird ass, movements we're getting. It's just the way it goes in the morning. Hey, anything to a Moderna bull is gonna be weird if it's not flying these days. $394.58, and it looks like it's coming back up again. And that's why I bought one a little lower, because all I'd have to do is look forward to trying to get back where I was even before at 400 if I didn't pick up a lower one. Although picking up a lower one holds less risk also because of how far it dropped at that point. So, and then also picking up a lower one brings you, by the time you get back to your previous even point, you're actually, and that's no longer even, it's like up now. And so let's see how this is turning out here. Alright, so on the day we're 814 down, and we're at 397.68. I imagine those prices are still catching up, however, because we just moved a lot there. Here we go. The bulls are showing themselves what they got, what they're made of. So that's kind of cutting that loss down. I'm still a bull in today's market. I just seen too much red, and yesterday those bulls showed themselves so strong. And then too, there's a lot of information I wanted to bring you guys, but there's just no time sometimes. I'm not a robot. I still require my rest. I require all kinds of things. Just like we all do. And I do it from a van. That's really bragging rights to me, because how many people can get their sustenance and feelings right from a van? And that's just a skill I had to pick. By the way, that's another channel too. I had to pick up those skills because, it empowers you in this life. Imagine if you could operate from a van. Now you're a go-getter. You want to be in front of Elon Musk, but he never talks to you. So now you got this amazing ability. You could just go pull up by his Space Force, right? And, just sit out there in your van, because that's where you live, right? You'll be the first one to show up every day. And that's kind of what the whole thinking is behind Van Mantics. I'm just kidding. There is no Van Mantics, but there's other channels where we're teaching about all that stuff. Off-grid living, solar power. I mean, it all comes together. It's all one thing. When you do it good and you do it right. And so, in other words, someone who's ground stuck, they can't move around and go where the options of progress are. They can't go where the action is. So instead, they're relegated to whatever's immediately around their landlocked area. They're on land, they're locked to it, and they can't move around. They got a piece of property, and they got to spend an entire lifetime within a 50-mile radius. And, that's what living in a van or having a mobile life provides you. And a van allows you to move around town and to get around. Because I also have Happy Force 1, but I'm keeping Mini Force 1 because Mini Force 1 will be the right tool at times in this process. And I'm very, I know I'm just laid back in front of you right now, but I'm very bold for the truth. You haven't seen anything yet. And I am so eager. What you see here, this is calm and relaxed. It's waiting it out. It's getting it done. It's staying consistent. No, that's exactly what we need right now. We're at 397.68. That's exactly what we need right now. And you guys will remember the more that life is going to continue going in that direction. And I'm out there in that human humdrum. And I'm doing my best to just be a lover. I'm not this. For one, I see the world shames as being, on each person for accepting greed and doing greed and accepting greed as a way of life. I don't accept greed as a way of life. That's no life. Greed as a way of life is a farce. It's BS. It's not true. Greed is a death force. Completely opposite from life. What did I do with... let me see. I might have put an ice cream over there, and if I did, grab that sucker. Alright. Yeah, here it is. Alright, so we have now 397.81, and it's cooled off a bit over there. That's good. Just let it take its time. We don't need it to rush and then come right back down just as quick. Although sometimes rushing will work too. If we just keep going up, that'll be nice. Right on, baby. Alright, let's see where we are. Going up now. I think we're going to break through 400 shortly. Let's see where we are. Wow, what a tough day to just get back even again. Despite buying that extra one, it's still... okay. It's what it is. We'll just go up with it. That's why options are difficult. We lose value in a variety of ways. On that final day, those ways become most greatest. And if you are not making progress in the movement of the stock, even though we are, but... Alright, let's put it like this. That strike price really matters on Friday. It really matters. I had some dots, a little serving of dots, and now I'm having some Del Monte fruit. And this is my breakfast. I love this cup of fruit too. I always get it every morning. I don't know. Can you see that? It looks like a purple mush. Looks like purple mush, but it's good. It's got strawberries in there, and all right, we're at 398.04. and see what the sentiment is. Very bullish today. That's just the way I feel about it. And there's still people here begging for it to go where they want it, huh? Don't they ever learn that's just not the way the stock market works? And you might see yourself on here sometimes when I do this, right? And I think we're in for a bullish day, so I'm going to tell him. Well, folks, I think we're in for a bullish day, period. It definitely had its hard start, and we'll see where it goes. Anything can still happen, but feels like we've got the bulls kicking in. Yeah, I like that. All right, let's send it out and get back. 397.81. We're just going some sideways action here. Move up and sideways. If that's your pattern, you'll do okay if it continues like that. Let's see what you guys are saying on my Techno. Cozy. You picked up a 450 call to expire on August 27th. Okay. Okay. I think that can do something. We'll see. You always got to worry about in that final week is what I'll say. And remember, if you're playing weekly options, you're always in that final week. You don't want to assume that every week you're going to move 100 points. Maybe you'll move 100 up at one point, but then you have to assume you'll come 50 down. So be careful when you start making some profit on that. Don't every single time have to make top dollar profit. Sometimes be willing to sell it for a profit. That is not so. Incredibly. Let me look at what we got now. For 395.80. I don't want to see it. There it goes. It's turning around. We have a path here that this wants to follow, and it's going up like this. And so, yeah, we'll see if it falls in a sideways movement here. That could happen. Okay, so we have 4 people agreeing with us here, and no comments on that. We'll see 396. I think it's going to come right back up and go over 400 soon. It's just moving, sluggish in its own way. Moderna usually moves faster, but we know it will. This is the slow version of Moderna. Some stocks, when they're slow, they don't move at all. I mean, there's a lot of stocks going sideways. Is their normal? Sorry, I'm a human being, as it turns out. we are looking at going down uncomfortably so beyond levels that indicate bullish patterns. So we'll just hang with it and see what it's doing here. I was looking at Matt Kors, he's no happy healer lover, that's for sure. And I don't mean that in a way that I'm better. I mean that in a way that he's not loving enough. He's not looking at the world in a way that, provides for that better world. He's looking at it in a way that's all skewed, in my view. A lot of people think they're right on when they're talking. Oh yeah, and this is the way the world works, and been there, done that. I know all those views. They're all wrong. It's like trying to find the best way in greed hell. This has got to be, this world sucks, but if you just do it this way, it'll be as fair as possible. No. You're all wrong. There's one way that works. Getting to the world of collective love, God's love. That is a world. It really is. In fact, to me, it's heaven. That's the world. That's it. Everything else, hell. Either it's a hell you're liking for the moment because you're the one that feels like a king after for so long suffering, or it's a hell that just everybody's suffering in and persisting in suffering. But I'll tell you, even in a time of war, some people get to feel like kings, or they get to hide away from death, or they get to, look at all the stories of World War II. There's so many people, presented with the moral choice and they choose wrong. That's a human factor, folks. They choose wrong. Don't think that you're cut from a different cloth that they are. Be aware of that. Okay, 396.83. Now we got one more item this morning that will sum up my breakfast. And this one is an Activa. It is some probiotics yogurt. Billions of live and active probiotics. And I saved that one for last because it's very also throat soothing. And when you talk a lot, for me, I've been in a past where I've talked a lot. Remember, I had my previous campaign for president, and I did a lot of talking then. But then I had this time where I wasn't talking a lot. Happy Force 1 burned up, and I needed a little bit of break. It looks like it's kind of coming back up, so it does weird things. Who knows? We're just going to have to be patient and wait for what we believe to happen. We're not getting on... for me to become a bull on a bear on a day like today, I would have to see it drop, and drop again. I'm not really in a mood to be a bear today at all. Honestly, I want to see this market give, because Moderna, she's going to change patterns at some point, and in those pattern changes, even the volatility is going to start, changing in different ways that stay consistent. Remember, behind us was all the catalysts that made it move really crazy, including now people are starting to bake in the Delta variant. And you just have to assume that she's going to fall in her normal ways, and they're not quite as dramatic as what we've been seeing. Her normal ways will be volatile. That's why I've always liked this stock, and it's a growth stock. But, these are speed bumps that, throw you off, and it's better to kind of know it's happening, or at least to know that it's going to happen at some point, and to be prepared for when it does, so that you don't lose in some ridiculous way of not considering that factor. And on options, there's all kinds of ridiculous ways to lose, let's face it. I mean, that's the first thing. You lose each day that you're holding on to these things. That's the first thing right off the bat. Looks like we're going to get ready to break through this 400 mark finally this morning. See, and always remember that it will test you before it ever takes you to where you want to be. I say that every day because it does it every day. And that's what you should expect. Here we go. Let's see what our volume has been on this run up here. Yep, sub 50,000. All those bulls. Remember, these are the people who own the stock. Those are those, solid, I'm sure more than 50,000, but let's just right now assume that those are the active ones. Yeah, they don't want to see this thing drop. They've got value that's already upside down, so they're going to hold it up. And that makes sense, right? Those are those bulls, baby. So if you're upside down in this stock, don't feel alone and don't feel bad. The thing that I've seen over and over again are these stocks, they come back and they grow higher than ever before. And Moderna's in its infancy curve. It's going to do big things, beyond belief big things. It's not that it's going to do those things. It's already doing them. And it's going to do a lot more. And it's empowered. I mean, this is a very powerful company. And they're telling you what they're going to do and what they've been invested in. And they've been absolutely growth-minded and in breakthrough mode from the very beginning. So the fact that they found, a vaccine for COVID doesn't necessarily mean that it was a surprising or shocking thing. We're getting ready to go over 400, but rather that they were prepped for that. That's why they got that contract, because they were prepared, because they spent that previous money getting there. Okay, so let's see how we got this nice step up, and I'm glad to see that. I think today's going to be a good day. So let's continue to be optimistic. That always helps. And we're still $500 down. So we're just going to have to continue kicking hard. And, that's just because what happens is after the day gets going. And there's an advantage to around this time, because these options just start losing value a bit quicker. So you really want to make your profit and get out of them, really. Especially on a day you can't say where they're going to go. You don't want to hold on to them all day long, fishing for deeper and deeper profits. Sometimes it's better to just get out of it and take your profit and then cycle back in if you feel about it. I don't want to own this stock that long when I'm in it. I'm sorry, you're not owning this stock. It's a contract. I don't want to be sitting on that contract for too long, especially one that's expiring in the same day. We've got $3.99 where it touched that zone, and now we gotta, come on. And now we gotta come back above that zone again to be in the 400 solid place. And let's see what these prices are doing, because I don't know if they came up quick enough to reflect that, but yeah, I mean, it's that kind of day where it's gonna be tough to hang on to those options if you're scared a lot and you can't handle what's happening, then, or if you're worried about the outcome, then you should just step out of it so at least you can salvage some of your money. But it's not going to be that kind of day. And besides, I don't think you folks that watch this show are those kinds of people where they're that scared, honestly. I think they honestly know what they're in it for. I think that, if you're buying these already, I met you buying these things. I met most of you on Webull. And you're not in this saying, oh my God, I might lose. I mean, you are, but, and now it's going to be the end of my life. No, that you're not. And some people, they do that. They get really too charged up. So be careful. And hang in there. It looks like we're going to come through 400. Yep. And so I've saved a lot of people some headache with lessons that I've taught, but I've also I would say prepared them for many other things outside of what just this gambling is, which, it's options. And it's a lot better than the casino odds, I'll tell you. You actually have control over a lot more here than you do in the casino, don't you? And you can make choices that really, do well for you. Well, folks, I think we're going to have a good day. We just got to hang on, hold on to what we've got working for us, which is we're up on our low. We seem to have the right volume for what growth has been looking like when it happens for us, which that is an odd thing. A lot of times that volume settles back and the stock falls, but Moderna has a core group of people behind it that believe in it, that like what it's doing. Honestly, that's a psychological thing too, because some of those folks were the people who owned it when it was cheaper, or when those little green bars at the bottom. Well, let me just show you. All the way at the bottom in that 102 range, even below there's people, and a lot of them all sold out, right? You can't even see below there. And some of those people bought back in and are in the red zone now for their new buy-in. Or some are in this green zone. Either way, it's a lot of the same people that have been around here. And then you have new people in it too. And now they're, kind of upside down. But Moderna being upside down is not the end of the world. because all it needs to do is just make a little progress. So time now is 10:42. I think we're about getting into, and I see a pattern here. I'm kind of looking at this low when I see it dropping, right? And that's it. We all develop our own ways. And, when I read a chart necessarily, I'm not reading, this is how every single stock chart should be seen as or read as. But this is how Moderna's been read as for me. It works very well. And a lot of these stocks do exactly what I'm talking about. And there's a lot of people who are just trading in and out of the actual stock just the way you would an option. You were probably one of those people before you got into options. That's just a fit. It fits the bill. No reason to become worried about when you see a zone, when you see a pattern, and the stock's following it. Don't worry. No, don't, like now it should take us a little higher here. I'm hoping up to about 401.49, but we'll just have to watch and see together. But ultimately speaking, all of those options that I'm hanging on to in there, they're all going to either expire worthless because the stock didn't have enough energy to bring up above those levels, which it's almost there already, so I don't see that. And in any event, it will expire today. And unless you plan on buying all that stock, you're going to have to go ahead and sell it before 4 p.m. That's how that works. Yeah, I think it's kind of slow. We're just going to relax a bit. Maybe I'll go over some other stuff here. You know how I like to do. There's no sense in just peering on the price, do pretty much very little. We can look at some of these other stocks. Just remember, I'm still getting up, and I couldn't miss that opening hour with you guys. Honestly, I wouldn't even come on if I didn't feel that I really had to be there with you and just to sort of emotionally do what we have been doing, helping keep those who are pulling together and relying on one another for the strength, comfortable. And I'm not going anywhere, and that's sort of what we're building in that way. That's why I say appreciate what we're doing, be a part of what we're doing, and I'm always very confident in my abilities and capable, but I'm not always out showing out like a circus act. I'm just being me. And what I'm trying to tell you is you got to learn to appreciate that. And that's, for one, you don't even get that in a lot of people, but for two, you have to learn to appreciate that, otherwise you won't have me here. And that's how that works. And that works with all people, all things. And I assure you what we're doing is special. We're going to special places. So that is what it is. And I want you to be a part of that. And there's going to be a lot of lessons that are learned along the way. That's, the thing about that I like about this style is live market action, and the lessons you learn in it are perhaps like learning from the job. rather than, in a classroom. Some people, they can get the hang of it that way, but they'll never get the hang of it if it's got to be the book way. They'll just never participate. But yet they always wanted to, but they can't. So you give them a way and a means to see things with their senses. They're used to senses. They already use them with their feel, their touch, and their taste, and their hearing. So if they could build a sense with the energies, how I often talk about, and I do often talk about that, then you can learn how to navigate the world, including stocks. And so it's a superpower that ultimately I'm translating to all of my channels, but also trying to keep specific to that discipline, that subject, that direction, so that if somebody who might not be into one thing that I talk about but is into another, they'll share that with me. Ultimately, I think all roads lead to happy healing, which my goal is, obviously, to provide such a strong value to you, to become such a friend of yours, to remind you of how much I honestly love you, and that's why I'm here, that I grab you and I pull you to the general cause of happy healing, which is to bring this world up. People are so worried about taking action and doing what's right. I think they got it all wrong in greed hell. They're so scared. I think they should be courageous and doing everything they ever wanted to. In greed hell, not only is death coming, it's coming faster. What are you worried about? Be yourself. Go the distance. Just make sure that distance is good. Make sure it's good work you're doing. Make sure it's helping with the real problem. And how can you possibly do that if you don't have an accurate vision of the world? 399.05 and climbing right off of that same pattern. I said, now I know it was a little heart racking for people because they're looking at those serrated edges, but that's not the actual pattern itself. And so we are in a pattern going up on Moderna, and it's a rather long pattern, but that's fine. We'll take it. And like I said earlier, my hope and expectation is to see us get in there about 401.5. And I give you myself in the raw, and if I'm going to be coming often, you'll just have to get used to that because I prefer to be suited up and looking real sharp. But it's what it is. I live in a van, and I'm going to be comfortable and take on each day as a challenge to working closer to the goal without riding myself off a cliff. Too many people, they're running around doing craziness, things that aren't actually moving them forward to their dreams. They're just making acts over and over again that don't matter, that in another 10 years from now will still not matter, but yet it means so much to them, and that's how off they are. That's being off. That's what that's called in my view. If you're not working for what's valuable to all of us, then you're off. You're off track. You are off track. Now, why do you think I give those greedy bastards a hard time? Because they're ugly and their mom dresses them funny? Well, yeah, but aside from that, because they're detestable. Really. It's detestable. The thing that they're taking from us, it's so precious. I personally, I get upset for the people. You see, I'm not afraid of death, man. Death to me is just simply crossing to the other side. And this world is a pain in the ass half the time anyway. But it's worth saving because this is an experience and we have that desire to live. Can't just throw it away, folks. And that's exactly what greed hell does. That's what greed hell is designed to do. So we're at 397 right now. So I suspect this will be around the bottom for this curve. Shouldn't get any lower than that. Unless it's doing something outside of what we think. Which it can do, we know. When you zoom in like this, it's a little too far to really see that pattern. There's really two patterns, but I mean, when you start reading this, you'll notice these patterns. There's really two patterns going on here, and so, you just, any one of them could make their own little changes, really. They tend to move in the same direction, and so there's that low there. Hopefully it don't go any lower. And typically, if it does go lower, that's when I would make an action. And today probably is the best time to act in such ways, to act quick, because, but I'm still a bull. But still, if you want to ride the zones up and down, which might be the only way to make money, then you'd sell what you have, and you'd buy in when it gets to the bottom if you want. That's what, watching those larger movements are. Like, there's the 5-minute block, the 10-minute block, the 1-minute block, the hour block, the day block, the month block. They all have their own pattern. Let's see what news we're sitting on today. I know that they're now saying for the Delta variant, those who are immunosuppressed should take the booster shot, where their regimen would be a total of 3 shots right off the bat to give them that extra. Apparently, each extra shot gives folks an additional layer of protection that does 2 things: lasts longer in the body and is more forceful in its protection. So, it's just making some funny moves. Let's take a look at this thing. I might decide to, right now I have some good value on these. Maybe if it does pull it down spout real quick. I don't suspect it will. There it goes. It's going up. All right, let's get beyond that 400 section already. We should be at 401 already. So we are a divergence from the previous path that was controlling things more, which is, and maybe it would be a good idea to sell while it's a little higher, but not really if it's going to come up, so I'm going to hold off. There it goes, baby. And it could end up getting on one of these long and sustained drives. Like, remember who's in this stock. It's people who believe in it. And also remember, our volume is just right for growth today. It's got those core believers. Everybody else is scattered. That's how I see it. Because that's how it acts. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that things will come back together. I'm getting a comment on one of my other channels. They said, I don't know why you don't get a lot of views. You have a solid show. And I just say to them, yeah, I just stick with it. The devil works in mysterious ways, and so does God. We live in a world of greed hell. Loving work is not awarded so much. True sacrifice, true actionable work towards getting us where we all want to be is not awarded in greed hell. Always remember that. So you do it anyway, but remember, your award will come later and it'll be vast. I'm going to be president of the United States. I believe it. I'm never giving up, so I'll continue this same kind of ferocity, not being a clown, but talking to a bunch of clowns and just seeing it get worse. Yeah, I suspect my popularity will come at some time, and I'll be the same person through it, because I don't use all that greed and hell. And it's not for that. I mean, to me, we all have purpose and value. So why should I change? I don't feel that. I don't work on that. I seen your value to start with. We're all stars in the God's loving world. We're all stars. People aren't appreciated in greed hell the way they should be. Trust me, I know how true it is. I think you do too, actually. I think you already know. Certainly this guy does. So the folks who are with me, they already know. And I've been at this for a long time. And a lot of people, they say, I don't know why. Obviously, YouTube doesn't favor the work I'm doing. Do you think the profitable corporations love the truth that I pour out in such, stunning and, really stark details that can't be confused for any bullshit? Do you think they like that? That I know how to balance being a real person, but at the same point fighting for real people? Not saying that people are fake, but, actually knowing their value. Because greed hell sells everybody fake. You don't get to be appreciated in greed hell. You're only appreciated in the greediest ways, and that's not good enough. We have sacred value. Everybody matters. That's why people can't even be their best version, because they don't see their own value. It's really a very bad situation that greed hell puts us in, but it makes sense because greed hell is the force of death. It's after death for all. You don't even hear the term of greed hell. It's like, what is that? That's a new concept. When you really think about it, it's a new concept to classify the awful energy that's killing us all and to talk about it. I mean, greed hell is what it is. To me, I see it so clearly, just like any other energy. And greed hell is itself as a force. And it's a force that lives within humanity. And just like love is a force too. Those are the two opposing forces, the two big ones, the yin and the yang. Those are the two, God and the devil. There you go. And right now, this is the devil's world. And, we're doing things for death's way. And it's taking us right off a cliff. Both sides, the left and the right, all sides are serving that devil. And there's only one way to pull us away from that. And it's happy healing. It's the American Mantics. Do you expect that to be popular? Come on. We're going down 396.57. So now we have even a slight zone here where we're down a bit, but that's not too much. It's kind of sideways when you pull out a bit more. But yeah, it's very true, the things that I'm telling you. I mean, it's more important than Moderna or anything else. Understanding these facts will bring us to the world of abundance, because people don't just understand them and do nothing when they understand it to be the truth, and that the truth has been hidden from them. This entire world is about keeping the truth out, that truth, away from you, out of your mind, out of your consciousness. All that's allowed to persist in your consciousness, despite that your truer self says, yeah, I know this life means something, and we all are so much more. There's that part of you that exists, but all that's really affiliated with any kind of truth this world gives you is that you have no value. and it's consistently poured into you. But your love tells you otherwise. So it doesn't win. No matter how powerful this greed hell is, it's not winning like it would like to. But it is the death force, and killing lovers is its goal. And so, unless you get with love, then you can't be your best self. And you won't. Remember, that's not a sacrifice, being a lover. Being a lover is not a sacrifice. That's what you want to do. That's your natural thing. That's where you get to be you. That's where freedom is found. The freedom is not found in greed hell. But what people are operating off now is fear. They're afraid to act. They're afraid to do. They're afraid to be. And but that doesn't mean they don't want to. That also doesn't mean that their best self is not found in them being their better person, who they are meant to be. They're just not permitted to be that. Greed hell is not awarding that type of behavior. People are told that if you do that, you'll die on the streets, and that you can't pursue your heart's passion, because you'll be dead on the streets. You can't pursue the thing that will make life better for you and all of those around you, because you'll be doing your best at the things you love most. So always these passions we have, they're always built to making a better humanity. And that you're serving your fate, almost serving the passion that serves all others. You can't do that, because if you do that, greed hell tells you you'll die on the streets. So what you need to do then is get a job and toil for the rest of your life. You'll never get to live the dream, ever. Freedom gets more fleeting. That's what we've seen. That's what greed hell has to offer. And both sides, all sides, killing each other for this power of greed. Unbelievable. Detestable in every sense of the word. And folks that want to kill each other for power. For what? The little things of love that they get to do. And they don't even do them. They just lie to the people. That's what greed hell does. It's the worst force out there. It's corruption. It's the corruption force. It's all that hell. Because it's not serving to human value. Plain and simple. Alrighty. Da-da-da-da-da. Boom. Are we going to take some value today or not? Wow, that... I got to change my... That is horrible looking. I have to change my picture on this live cast. I look like I'm just sitting there like, I gotta change my... That is horrible looking. I have to change my picture on this live cast. All right. I look like I'm just sitting... Excuse me. Okay, so time now is 11:06. It looks like, we're due for a pretty good pop-up here. I'd say that much. We're not falling out. Moderna's holding itself, but it's up $5 on the day. It's definitely has power, I think, but we're waiting to see it really move us up beyond that $400 level. And we have, at stake right now, we're down 1,100, and we have at stake what amounts to some calls here. There's 5 of them, and I don't count that crap at the bottom. Remember, when I step into these really high, far out, positions, that's literally like buying a lottery ticket at the convenience store. Buying it so cheap and then watching it ride up, and that's the kind of thing where if it happens, you'll do really good, and it did happen already several times. So it's worth doing every now and again, in my view, on Moderna, especially if it starts getting back up there where its true value is, for sure. But and I say true value, that's my belief, but the value is what it currently sells for. So if other people are not attributing that value right now, then you have to go with what the truth is showing itself to be, or you won't be effective in this world. And so right now the sideways action is not an indication of much. And coming from down at 389 where we once was, I think that we still have a chance to break through. We're going to need to, there it goes, possibly now is that moment. We need it to rise above its normal pattern that it's been making and to break away from this new downward pattern. If it doesn't break away from that soon, it could start to look more of a downward pattern than a sideways pattern when you pull out a little bit. And in the most immediate sense, we are on a downward pattern. So I just don't buy that it's going to last. And here we are seeing perhaps that moment when it comes back up. That's like a snap-up effect. It can get away from where it's supposed to go with all of its momentum, but then there's like a magnetic energy that pulls it back. And remember, magnetism and electricity is just as natural fundamental forces in this world as matter itself is. There couldn't be matter unless that existed. So it all makes sense seeing the world in such ways. Why is this coming out with it? I'm not that's not right. That can't be right. Oh, I see. I'm on my wrong channel here. Whoopsie daisies. Trying to find your comments. I was like, where did they go, though? So how much was 823.75 put Monday at peak 100 times return? That's okay. So you guys are talking to each other. I don't know. 450. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Some of you guys got hurt too. How did yesterday turn out for you guys? Let's talk a little bit. We're coming up so we can feel better about things right now, but how did it fare out for you guys? Yesterday was tough. Oh my God, yesterday was tough. I was down 5,500 at one point, and remember, we're working for a goal. This show will transition into me fixing the bus soon and getting Happy Force 1 ready, and we'll still be doing this stuff and other things, but there's so many goals that's going on. To be a winner in life, that's true. I know about being a winner, and but what the real goal, the real winning, is when we come together around selfless love and selfless work, that we grow that energy. That's an energy that needs to be grown and shown to be stronger and shown its strength. That's what happy healing does. It allows for, because we don't accept the greedy, dirty devil. We know his powers and reject them immediately every time. I think that gets frustrating for that devil, but that's just the way it has to be. And that's how humanity gets to rise above. So it's not going to come easy. We're still fighting for that upward, get above. Maybe this will be this next time. We need to see higher highs and higher lows, but let's see if we're picking up in volume, which means we might be getting, well, honestly, folks, I'm sure there's some short sells in there, but this is pretty bare bones for Moderna right now lately. And like I said, we're beyond a lot of those catalysts, so one must be very careful about the way it begins to see its value. Moderna's a heartbreaker. She could be a heartbreaker. And she's been a heartbreaker, even for me. And so you can sometimes recognize that and don't allow yourself to lose, previous gains by continuing to go down this romantic path with Moderna, who's not going down that path with you anymore. Right now, I'm still a bull. I'm not jumping in more. I'm not crazy about it. But I'm already invested in it, and I'm hopeful to see upward direction. And right now, I'd be happy on the day just to get even. So that's really what today is becoming. We'll see what it plays out and turns out to be. Ultimately, we're taking a pretty steep downward direction right here. And you know what? It might just be that we accept modernity and her craziness right now, but we have no reason to jump out that quick. We're sustaining losses and sticking on them of approximately right at 1200. Now, the last time I was telling you about this 400 call, it was at a value of $3 and change. How I would prefer to have sold then, but you don't get to do that. You get to hang on, have faith if you want to, be a bull, or sell. And that's, I wasn't ready then to sell, and I'm not ready now to sell. I think Moderna has enough gumption behind it to pull up, and if not at least stay up, at least give me a point of an area where I can get out of it. And that's how we succeeded yesterday from loss. So you have to be, I think, in some cases, patient to, you try the market. Is it going to give? No, because you can't win it unless you're in it. And then it becomes about just minimizing loss. And once you cross that bridge of what minimizing loss is, your goal changes. Now it's no longer about making whatever your dollar amount was. You can relax from that goal. It's about, now it's changed to a goal of, now we see some short attacks right there. Is that what we're going to have? Because they're going to try and bring those option prices down maybe. Be careful, shorts, because you can shock Moderna into life doing that. Because her many loyal supporters will show up. That's how that happens a lot. People can't afford to be on the sideline when you have those kinds of movements. So that's volatility picking up because the shorts came in. Now, whether we continue to be volatile like that, we'll see. And if today is going to be a red day with that kind of dramatic movement compared to what we've seen, we'll also see that. We've had 4 red bars in a row. I suspect we'll start getting the Bulls fight back. The Bulls have a lot more sentiment today than they've had all week besides Monday. Yep. What I'm looking for at this level right here is to turn around with some affirmation and to make like a V recovery on that. And the reason why V recoveries exist is because of this compression force in the market. When it's drops in an unnatural way, it can also equally rise in an unnatural way. And sometimes when you push it too far, dropping it, which look at all this extra volume we're getting compared to what we were on the day. So that's indicative of, at this hour, 11:17, no reason for that out of nowhere unless there has been a flood of buyers. Well, where did this flood of buyers come in with all this selling pressure? That's obviously short sellers. There was no massive sad news about Moderna just now. Yeah, booster shots, good news, really. Well, they might be putting some FUD out here. If they put Moderna on this stock on this list, obviously, then that's only there because it already did do that drop. Yeah. It already dropped in price, so let's not play that game. But there's a lot of FUD coming out on it, and that's a lot of that manipulation. Remember, when these institutions get themselves in trouble, they fight hard and they pull a stock down. That's what greed hell is. That's what we need to get out of this place for. And they destroy. It doesn't matter they're hurting progress in the process. They're not hurting progress for them. And they own everything already. So they just get their news divisions to back their, devil divisions. And together they work in consort for what they want. And you got to see that in the energies, folks. Come on, I know you're not. It's not pretty, for sure. But it's the truth. The truth has to matter. If the truth doesn't matter, then we're screwed. That's what being in greed hell is. The truth never gets to matter in greed hell. Only serving our masters matters. And that's how the devil perverts what a human being is. That we're obviously so intellectual and capable of channeling into forces within our lives that animals don't even know exist, and yet they reduce us to animals. And I favor all life, but life together work to bring us. Science has it that Darwin's theory of evolution is the correct view for how we became about. But that's nonetheless God's plan, all of it. And here we are. The energies brought us to this point. We are the intellectual electricity beneath the force of life, bringing out what you see in humanity. We're built in God's image. Never forget that. 394.94. Greed hell is the devil's world. And we can overcome it. And we can really put value to humanity and have an entirely different outcome for it, where people are living their passions. And that's exactly how I connect with people in the love force. I see it very well, so if I cannot connect, that's what love is. It's the ways and means program. Because if they won't connect out of love's virtuous advantages, that they mock that and they're fearful of that, will pull the passion energies out, because love controls it all. Love is the builder force. Love is the knowledge force. It recognizes the truth, so that way it could build within that truth. And you pull those forces and you begin to use your passions and learning and connecting with people based on passions and loves, because that's very natural for them. In fact, for some people, they've already bargained with this greed hell and have limited to those passions. Let me get to do a couple of my passions throughout this life and I'll die a happy man. It's not good enough, not nearly, but I can connect on those passions and I can pull them. I can pull them to the HappyHealer Lover way of seeing the world, and that changes everything. We have to do things so much better. And then we get to really be advancing. Remember, I'm either meditating on these thoughts, or I'm writing these thoughts down, or I'm learning about other new things about the universe, learning about science, learning about people. I'm always engaged in those activities. That's what my life is. Or I'm building and sustaining a larger life around that with larger goals. Goals being to help spread that loving message, that hope, that inspiration. And not just leaving people in despair by saying and telling them with such a master over the details of what's happening and inspiring them of a way forward, but then nothing. No, we can't do that. So instead we mirror it to, we're running for president, of the United States. And that is the way to do it. That is understanding the truth. And it doesn't mean you have to win. It doesn't mean anything. It means that by doing these things, you are a winner. That's what winning is. And that in each person's life, what's most true is that they're at the center of their own universe. That's how much they matter. And that all of us here are to serve you. And that you are so amazing and so powerful and so grand. But in that, you only get to recognize that by recognizing that other people are the same thing. And that you extend your value in love and heartfelt care to those folks. That's a hard thing to do in greed hell when everybody's out to hurt you. And for every success, you have several failures. And, you know, for all the life, like Meaty McGreedy doesn't get to be $20 million rich pushing to $30 million. Like that should be his main goal. Why didn't he ever just get to live in the passions? I guess he didn't learn about the Landy Mantix brands of passions. He's too busy seeking his conquering the world. He wants to be governor and push those awful views out onto more people. He wants to build casinos in California. How disgusting and ugly. Trust me, I know all about casinos. I know that you lose money on them ultimately, okay? And that even when you gain big, you lose bigger. I've been down that road. I understand that it is not... What we have is a great mechanism in the stock market, except where it's perverted. So you lose a lot of money when those, rich kings come down and destroy our building, destroy Love's building. And but the people and the retail traders really do represent the change in the market. They represent the change in humanity itself, indeed. So we're at 395. If you're hanging out on this, you're hoping that we're going to pull up. And basically, you're jeopardizing the value in your options, which are always dropping. And now they're almost at $2 here. And you're saying, I'm willing to lose it all in order to hold on long enough to sustain and see a victory. And that's all you're doing. I'm putting it all at stake. Or you can always cash out. I could do that. I'd get about $700 out of those positions and I'd be done. The difference between being at 13.5 for the end of the day if it goes all sideways or winning. AMC's at 32.86. We still have some consequential positions there. I wouldn't say we're just doing nothing over there, but these here about turning sideways on me, too bad. I wanted this to gain value. It did nothing but lose value. But our $36 calls that are further out in the future here, they're still at $3. Still lost some value, but, still there. And then we have those which are expiring. They don't have much value. They are what they are. That's because they're so high up there. I mean, obviously it's not going to go there today. And then we have... I got to turn this air conditioning up. And then we have well, that one has a bit more value now. It's in the money. I'm holding on to it. Let's see what AMC is doing. Moderna is being a bit boring, to be honest. And instead of looking at different stocks, I wanted to talk a bit about that stuff we did. She's been having a pretty good run yesterday, right? It got up to 34.02 in the morning hours as well. And, now we're seeing some life and there's also a lot of, there's a case, I think there's a bull case for AMC right now. I really do believe there's a bull case for AMC. So let's go ahead and get on AMC positions while it didn't move yet. Let's see about buying some calls that are out in the future. I'll tell you, calls on the week on AMC, they lose you money so fast. But if you get them out in the future, you can kind of be in the stock at least. And I think that AMC is a stock I want to be in. Those are those September 30th. But let's pull a bit out further. Yeah, maybe a little bit further down is good. Let's see. October, wow. I mean, they're pretty affordable. Imagine if this ran, how expensive all these would get. I think these are at their bottom price. Like, you know, when things are a little bit bloody and slow. We'll go ahead and buy a few of these. Let's see what they're trading for. They're pretty tight, because these are quality trades for this price, I think. I don't think those kinds of trades leave you stressing as much. It's always nice to have those trades you're not stressing in. You know what I mean, guys? So we'll see what AMC does. Now that does stand to go down or up depending on how the stock moves, but it won't move as dramatically as these other ones because it's all the way out to October 1st. And I'm going to start trying to do some more longer positions. I don't mean like years out, how Meaty McGreedy does. I'm talking about, 45 days. Because they get you lose value on them when you go too far. And Meaty McGreedy does not know it like he says he knows it. I don't misrepresent anything I do. Half of the terms I don't even know. I have my own way of seeing things that's built in Happy Healing that works very well. And now I do understand the way they do it. I've done business for a long time, so let me not misspeak. I'm just over speaking for the ways of Happy Healing, if you get what I mean. That for sure, the energies and understanding how they work are far more advantageous to doing anything in business than the lessons of business themselves. The lessons of business can often be cruel, and my Happy Healing doesn't allow for that. We learn how to win in a way that is positive and builds up, helps solve problems, but and serves needs that others aren't doing. That gives a view that others haven't really thought of. That's what Happy Healing does. So it's really the ways and means plan. And if you watch American Mantics, where I really put it on much thicker than on this show, then you'll see, because that's where we teach about that plan, how effective it really is in terms of the lessons and understanding that it's a political and ideological system of living life, a happy life in unity, and bringing on freedom and allowing free markets to take us there. It's the best of what we need as a solution. I'm telling you, people who think that, oh no, we can continue being at each other's throats for until the next 20 years, it won't make a difference. They're selling this country cheap. They're selling their own lives cheap. They don't realize how much damage this hell is doing. To me, I call it lazy. Greed is lazy. It pretends it's working. It's out there doing things. It would be better off just sitting home. So we're up on that movement in AMC because the slightest moves, and it's not even that slight. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah. Well, it's actually above. It's 33.15, which is good. And, Moderna's hanging in there. We're not going to trip over every move Moderna makes right now. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little old of that. What are they looking at? Metamaterials. What do you guys think of metamaterials? I've heard about a lot of people mentioning it, but I don't know much about it myself. It does look like it's at some kind of bottom for what it's been doing for the last month. Let's go for the last 3 months. Oh, wow. It's at its year low, huh? But its year high brings it pretty doggone high. And a lot of people are behind this, I'm guessing. Yeah, I already knew that, actually. Cool. You know what? Maybe I'll buy a little bit of options on that. What do you think, guys? Do you think we should get some options on that one? See how I'm extending it today a little bit outside of Moderna? That's because I feel like Moderna really is going to phase into this after, all these catalysts are behind it. So before she can start realizing much of her value, that's like this energy that's dropping fast. That's what you got to consider. We're waiting for Moderna to come up. We believe in the stock, but we're waiting perhaps for something that might not happen as soon as we want. So we got to be patient. Look at that 3-month mark for Moderna. It's hard to imagine that we passed that and we're way over here now, but yet it doesn't seem that far. Like, it's really not, actually. We made that move up so fast. We're equal to right now where we were on August 3rd as an all-time high. And that's a natural pullback if it were to continue up, and it will, I believe. Although it could do the same thing like, everybody who was in metamaterials when it ran up to $19, there's a lot of them that thought the next number was going to be 20. And where did it end up going? Well, you just seen it was at, $3 and change? It's the story of IDEX. Oh yeah, it's coming just next week. With those short sellers around, no stock is safe. They make so much money by destroying our progress. I'm sorry. To have a short sell to destroy a short squeeze, like the only thing that retail gets out of that are these short squeezes. And to experience a short squeeze and then to accept that is, not good enough. And get rid of that and get rid of the short squeeze with it. You still have the options market, that's great. So you don't need all that hell. The options market doesn't need, they're manipulating the market. They're manipulating it, and they say that they're providing liquidity. And in some cases, there's an argument for that in the past, but we became better. We have, this is 2021. There's more market participants, and I think we should even expand that even more. We've got old archaic ways working on a market that shouldn't be there. And remember, these ways empower lawmakers. Don't you know they own so much? Think about the gift they were given. Think about that. Yeah, just think about it. I think of people that are too triggered these days. One thing about happy healing that's so true, one of the first lessons I teach is don't be so triggered about anything that keeps you blocked from learning a new lesson in life. that keeps you discovering something you never knew before. Because people are so triggered. They're triggered to the point of exhaustion, and there's nothing worth learning about anymore that pulls from things they've already know. That's not good enough. That's where we get away from freedom. It takes true knowledge of thought and freedom of thought in order to fully embrace a freedom that exists in the world. So it's dangerous. Well, folks, 392.10, and we're still looking lethargic on Moderna. I think we're finding a more and more better reason to really look at this closely and ask ourselves, first off, what do we have that we can salvage out of those initial moves? Yeah, we're really losing value on those big time. $1.19. So are they coming back, or nope? This is a bear's day. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of this, and I suppose maybe I'll wait. I'll try and wait for it to upswing a little bit and then get out. I'm not in that many. I'm in 4, but they were expensive enough, so I am losing a pretty penny on them. One of those were bought yesterday, if you recall. Yeah, it's going down. All right, let's go ahead and get into a put. I'm changing directions. It's coming up a little. Hang on. You got to read this thing closely. Wow. It's just like a drop, and it's, the real thing is here, if it's gonna, match this last drop. But who wants to see it go that far? I think it'll come up on itself a little bit here, because this is the same drop about that it took above here a moment ago, right over here. And now it's gonna come up, and it's just staying on a downward momentum. So we're gonna get on the bear track. I think that's enough proof to show, to at least, we'll wait for it to grow a little bit. We'll sell and buy at the same time. We'll try to do that. That's a little difficult often. Let's see. Let's go ahead and look at the buy first. Moderna. For some bear position. So there it is. Now that they're cheaper, we'll take on... Well, how far are we going to go in this today, And then on the other side of that, we'll get out of the other position. I think this is important. You see what I'm doing? I'm doing it because I do believe it's important. Okay. Alright. Now I got one. What did I just do? Did I do that right? Oh man, there's so much going on. You look at this closely, what you're doing. In the effort to beat the market, it can sometimes cost you. Close this one out. I got rid of the other one, yep. I'm doing it right. I want to make sure that my buy went in, though. Alright, I think it's sitting here. No? Did it fill? Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, that went through. Oh, those were calls? They gotta go. Where'd those end up at? Where the hell did they go to? You got to look at this carefully. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I meant to buy those. Those are the AMC calls. So I never got my put? Oh, that's this one? Similar order? Oh, change this sucker. It'll screw you up good. I should have had this $1 higher. Now it's sitting and working. Son of a beeswax. I'm getting screwed over here. We'll come like this. Market. Okay. Now it's coming down. Got in there just in time. So those, and see how I bought them right at the strike price? Very important to gain value on this position. I'm going to go ahead and get in one more. It really does seem like this is the way we're going today now, doesn't it? And I explained to you a lot of the pizzazz and things that are causing it, and it's making more sense as we consider some of these different energies. That's what allows us. Am I in this thing right? Cancel, replace, just make sure. Buy, because I move kind of quick, and then it's all done before you know it. Let's get into the market. That's what we need to do. Make sure you're doing market orders if you want them processed at this moment in the action as it's moving around. Remember, it can go somewhere further than where you started, though. All right, so that's going to make up for some of our losses, because had we thought that we're going to be a bear day to start with, that would have saved some loss. But I just completely changed gears, if you haven't noticed. And I hope it works out. This is how you can really lose too. But I think it'll work out. We've got a good pattern that is proof positive that we've got this going on. We've got all these energies stepping out, the volume's dropping. You know, this is actually a good case for what we're looking at right now. And that's when a volume drop does mean you go down. But really, what is the big downward momentum going on? It's like the end of those, picture like all these catalysts were like a contract, right? An options contract. Basically, it lost all its value now. That's how I see that. And so it doesn't mean that the stock itself lost its value. It's still, right where we projected it. But the catalyst that brought in all that extra movement that helped make that movement possible, that we profited from, are pretty much non-existent at this point. And it'll take some time for it to come back. And, so maybe that's possible. And that's what I'm looking at. And, being cognizant that we could be wrong on, but feeling that, well, the energies are telling us that. And far be it for us to refuse to listen to those energies. If we nail this right, because options are cheaper, we can stand to make a lot more today. However, be very careful, because if you get it wrong, this thing will take you on a nightmare. And, by getting in those extra positions, basically I put, $1,500 on the table at casino in Vegas. And I lost it. And I'm playing blackjack, So I just came out with another $1,200 and put it on the table. That's all that was. And I think that and it's much better than that, but I think that that's about what it amounts to. And, and I think that we can make educated choices here. Let's say, why do you need to go to the casino when you get far better results right there on options? It's hard. I mean, I've made money in the casino. I walked in the casino once, and I'm good at it. I walked in with $2,500, and I walked out with $80,000. If you kind of zoom out from there, though, there's another time that I had a breakup, and I was in such a depressed mode that I lost $150,000. I didn't know when to stop. I was trying to get rid of that feeling of depression that greed health so oftenly doles out. That's because people are attracted to money, attracted to the wrong things. They need to be attracted to love and God and care. Don't tell me I'm jumping on everything that's going the opposite direction than what I'm on. Sometimes you get locked up in that when you change sides. But, we don't want to see a change in direction. Nah, it's going to come back down. You see all this? And one thing is, we do have the institutions now who are trying to, when I say that, I do mean the hedge funds. Yeah, that are coming out on this. Lower lows. But this high is a higher high than that last one. But if it falls over itself, it could just come down stronger, that's all. And that low, as long as this next low is still, lower or comparable to what it should be. Because if I need to, I'm going to sell out of those quick before I lose value on all those. I'm going to recognize mistakes a lot quicker right now. I've been hanging on too strong in the mode. And that's because I'm feeling a lot of the energy of my audience and everybody else around me. Like, oh no, you're changing the sides, and you can't get caught up in that. You got to do what's right in the moment. That's the best service I could provide to anybody, is to do what I normally do to win. And to let you see. That's it. That's why you can't be a bear or a bull watching me and absolutely committed to one or the other only in terms of these options. We're not talking about short selling any stock. I think that's a disgusting thing to do, honestly. I don't like the market when it works like that. But when we're in these bear positions, they're on our side at the moment. At least for us, they're just doing what they always do. It just happens to be working for us. And that's what doing truth is. It's not because we like what it is. It's because we accept the truth. And that we're going to make sure that we let the truth work for love just as much as it works for greed. But here we have, some weird thing where it could be, I'm turning around now. And, we'll get some further confirmation here in a moment. We're not going to, And you know why people get stuck in holding on to options longer than they should? Is because every next action looks like it's going to help them. And they've seen it before. And so on. But that's not always true. Sometimes hanging in there as long as you can is beneficial. Not always. And right now, we're up on these. I could, just go ahead and step out until we show some movement that I like, but we haven't actually hit it that hard. So, maybe. You know what? Maybe we'll get right back in once. Ooh, look, down that quick, just from that little tiny shebang. Do I want to see that even heavier? Hell nah. But is that what it's going to do? I hope not. Let's go ahead and get in a sells position. I got too many marked here. There. Okay, go ahead. Oh, wait, there we go. This is what we wanted. Okay. Wait. Let me see what this chart's doing. What are we doing? Okay. All right. Now, if that low isn't as low as the last, maybe I'll get out of these for a small profit. If we do have a switch around, I'd way rather have a small profit than start losing more money on my positions. To see that, I need to get out of there and zoom out a little. So there's where we're at, 123 down on that move. Oh, no, 245. It escaped me. I was looking at the wrong one. We want it to come down more now. Because if we're positive on one, we're positive on the other. Sometimes it's really important to look at your bet, to study it, to know where you're at in the moment and where you need to be in order to get out of it okay, or if you're going to hang on longer. And that's all we're doing. We're kind of operating like how people do that have the ability to get in and out without worrying. It's doing weird things. But I think it's making this pattern like it made up here, and now it's going to come down. Because it's made that same pattern quite a number of times here, where it's done 1, 2, 3, and then a down. So that's what I'm hoping we're going to see here. And then comes the down. And then it might not do that because Moderna will do what she wants. But then again, Moderna also tests everything before she gives. Always a test before the prize with Moderna. Because it's just the nature of how she moves around. It's always a test. Let's see, our volume is about, on the lower end here. I think a lot of the catalyst behind Moderna is an energy force that's coming down hard. like a sack of potatoes. Eventually that force will dissipate too, and then Moderna will rise again. Could be rising now. No! Modernity! You're going the wrong way on me again. Man, come on, modernity. You know you're supposed to snap back. We could be changing directions. That's indicative of a directional change. Or it could just be one big fake out. And you know, we're always hoping for a fake out because that's easier. And then we just, you know, these didn't become worthless. I mean, my goodness, they got some. It's not like these things are going to go completely worthless if I sell them right now. But would I be in it otherwise? Let's see what she does. 339. Maybe it's time. Maybe she is getting some. Oh, pull up on that. There it goes, down. Come on, go down further than that. It could just be a dip. Could just be a dip. Yeah, it looks like it's changing directions. We're going to get out of this position and accept that maybe we made a mistake here. Let's see where we're at on this. Yeah, son of a beeswax, man. Not doing it so easy, huh? Sometimes it's hard to get a draw from these things. But it could be on a sustained move up at this point. We don't want to ride it to too high. We'll run out of all value. Technically, we could always come back and... Man, come on, drop on us, will you? It's waiting for something that doesn't seem that strong. But, man, it could. It could be a total fake out. Ugh. Come on and drop on us. Could be a total fake out. You know, and it's like this. I think some volatility picked up, but what you're having are these institutions that'll start stepping in, and you start seeing the order book and yada, yada, yada. You zoom out a bit, you see that things are, it could just be coming up for a moment to come back down on itself. No, thank you. Please go back to chart. Thank you. Or, there it goes. Son of a beeswax. Exactly what I didn't want to happen. But it's going to stop at some point and come down. I decided I'm not going to sell on its raise. Not going to do that. I'll sell when it comes down on the other side. And I'll also see if maybe it comes down hard enough to stay in it, maybe. I'm a little bit like, gotta try and turn it around. If I fail on this one ultimately, I'm going to have to really sit it out for a bit and see what's going on next. But the jury's still out on this. It would have to continue sustaining these rises for me to be, completely wrong and get out, just with nothing. And then feel like a fool for selling the calls and start feeling like, damn, I'm actually letting another Friday happen. I'm not going to put this Friday on steroids. I'm going to back off. The only thing is, this Friday, we were never in both at the same time. I don't want to allow that to happen again. And if I do, just a small hedge bet. Some people do that. I understand that. But being on both sides, it really starts to add up the losses, man. We're all in this together, just gambling, honestly. We're at the casino. Let's not be so emotional about it. We can switch sides. Sometimes the answer is red. Sometimes it's green. Black or red. You know how roulette is. Sometimes it's black, sometimes it's red. And green would be like the 00. Sometimes it's that one. All right, so it's coming back down. Let's not see it turn around. And if it does make a turn around, that would suck. Because then it's pretty much showing us what she wants to do. Let's see what, let's see what we're at here on its cost base here. So the loss should have calmed down a little bit, but is this the bottom, or is this what's going to happen next, you know? Is this a chance to get out of this? Or are we on a, well, that's probably what it is. I mean, if it's going to come piling back up. I want to see the chart, though. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's get out of this sucker. Man, why do we got to be in this predicament today? This sucks. I'm trying to hang on here, guys. I'm trying to hang on. I just gotta believe that we can make some money today, or it doesn't make sense to stay at it. That it's got to be a lower peak than that one, and I'm not sure it's gonna be a lower peak. Yeah, I should have just. Right now, I think I might be having my hope guide me a little bit more than the truth, but it's a kind of equal. Oh wait, I'll take that. Let that be its peak. See, the jury's still out a little bit. And it might snap back down. You know what? I'm just going to remain committed on the bear side. I'm not buying anymore, but I'm just, from today, after seeing these energies kind of shoot out low here, we're up on the day, only $3. As a bull, we want to be flying. We're not flying, that's for sure. We're noon and we haven't flown yet. Does that mean we won't? If it does, I'll be the last one to be on, probably. So I'm just telling you what might happen by sticking with me on this, where my feelings are going, because I'm not convinced that the bulls are going to pull it out after what just happened before. Not yet. And I can't switch sides that often. Switching sides costs money. Now, it can make money too, but every time you switch sides, you're dipping into new money. You're putting more money behind where money just got burned. You're putting more money in that same place. That's not a comfortable feeling. As soon as you sell it, you accept that it was burned at that level. And, I just don't want to accept that right now. Can you blame me? So, I switched sides. Maybe that was stupid. Before we're trying to break through a sustained 400. 400 itself wasn't good enough. We needed to get up to really 405 to be even at that time. And we never got there. Instead, we started dropping. We went all the way down to 380 something. I mean, come on. That was not bullish feeling at all. Where are these stupid short sellers when you need them? Right? They're always coming on you when they're costing you the worst moments. I'll tell you, the only ones that you can really count on are your brothers and sisters. That's why you need to get on the same level with them. You can't be fighting with them all the time. You got to start seeing eye to eye, which means if you really don't agree with them, make sure that what you don't agree with them on, you're absolutely correct about. And that's phase 1. Phase 2 is help see them that you're correct on it and that you're just being genuine. And, then we'll get to better places. People aren't that stubborn. We're coming down to 393, 50, 42. It's going to pattern up if it comes up like that. Yeah, I've seen it, man. Come on down more. I don't want to say I've seen enough because it could change, right? I think it could just be like a small bull push in the midst of a larger crash down on the previous catalysts that were working in our favor. I'm not sure that all those catalysts are hard at work right now, but I know the bulls are. I always say that, and remember, these bulls, boy, this volume is so low in this area where they're pushing, except for it pops up here and they actually fight through the... Imagine how big and good the stock market would be if we didn't have any short selling. Imagine. You could almost get on any stock and grow. And there'll be peaks, sure. And I think that ultimately, if we had an income for all and paid it through the stock market and we built this, whole country up, that we'd be better off for it. Now it's proving to be the sluggish, bearish market that I suspect that today would be. That's why I hold out sometimes and don't sell. But it's not that I'm right yet, but that is the reason why. Because it constantly changes. And when things are sluggish like that, remember, when things go ugly, when things get depressed, the natural area to go is down. That's why greed hell is a down force. When people aren't showing up to the party, that goes down. A lot of people don't show up to the party now, the party of life. I've been there. I've had enough at times to realize, where is everybody? How come it seems like only a few old people are here in this beautiful, great, big marble mansion? Where's all the kids playing? Where are the happy families? Where are all my mates, my beautiful, at that younger age, my princesses and princes? Where are they? They're not there. We need to make sure they are there. Trust me, we must make sure that they're there at the party. It's not right. We all deserve so much better. Don't you agree, really? Don't you feel it in your, your heart and loins and head and mind that, we should have it so much better? I don't want to be down today. I'm down 2,000. So if this thing starts charging downward, that'll all change. And again, only expected by me in any half rate level because of the sentiment I feel that people aren't recognizing in the loss of power from those catalysts. But that's not just everything, though, because like I always constantly say, these bulls are powerful. They believe in Moderna, and but I don't think it's enough today. It's feeling a lot like, this week has been, a bearish week, and a really bad week for bulls who can't get behind, looking and reading at charts and changing. I feel really bad about anybody who loses money in the market, especially options, and especially anybody that's close to me in proximity. And myself, I don't like losing. I'm losing right now. And, I just want to see a market that does better. So can we build one, please? Can we all come together and build one? You want to come meet me right now? Be part of my life? Well, I got the bus here. We can build it up. Yeah. This is the kind of stuff that we should be doing. I can't see people living just, And for me, I one thing I don't want are like people that are not up for the challenge. They will be a drag. We're changing the world here. That's very important work. And we're just doing our part, and we're changing our worlds first. Alright, I had to put that sun visor up because too much heat was being allowed into the car. So do we have a floor here of about 392? No, it's going down, okay. 392.98, I was saying. Let it go beyond down further, like there we go. Okay, yeah. No, it has to go further beyond that lowest valley. Otherwise, it's kind of got a block at 392.67. Let's see how much we're... Yeah, we got to come down. Half of my value is lost on this. See how it takes no time to lose half of your value on... you know, just the smallest movements when you're at that level where you're really, you know, close to your strike price, and it's just the way that goes. That was a yummy breakfast. Lasted until almost lunch here, huh? 392.98. So that was its valley. It's peaking out, and it's still showing. It's really looking just like we had. Was that yesterday? Yeah, at points. Yes. And it comes down. And then we might get one charge down. I don't think today's going to pull far in any direction. Let's put it like that. I don't think anybody who's buying the stock has anything to worry about for sure. Because, I mean, none of these movements are going to matter in a year from now. And, you know, all these movements are temporary. If you just went and got busy, you know, and came back and checked in, you know, several month-long intervals. I mean, if your mind is kind of like that, that's better. I mean, like, if you just came back and checked this stock, like the company health, without checking your stock price and just seeing where all of those levels are, I think your stock price is almost inconsequential to any of that when you're in it for the long term, because there's too much manipulation. Until we get, like, you know, short sellers and other manipulative acts out, you know, you when you're thinking long, they can't really affect you that much because it'll overcome itself. Just like in January when they were playing that crap. In December they were doing it, bringing the price down to, like, you know, below even $100. I mean, that's like ridiculous stuff. It's showing some strength. I'm not making a mistake of switching sides back and forth. I think it might be falling into some sideways action, with even more downward pressure as we go right now. You know, I'm just, as a bull, I think it's a good price if you believe in this change. But aren't you concerned that it's stalled out right here? You see, that's why I don't believe it's going up. This is not wishful thinking. This is interpretation of the facts. And those interpretation of the facts almost had me sell, right? So it's not wishful thinking. A lot of times it's wishful thinking, folks. We got to be honest with ourselves. When you start doing wishful thinking, and you know when you're doing wishful thinking, you can lose the most amount of money then. So that's no friend. Being optimistic about building a better world, hey, I'll be the first one for that. Being optimistic, playing in the game of greed, hell's wealth, no. You better read the rules and know what's going on, because in their design, they got you dead. They're not playing the markets. They're manipulating them. There's a difference. That difference, folks, is profound. That difference, if you're not careful, is deadly. That difference could make all the change in the world in some of the worst or best ways. That's what that difference is, and it's all depending on which side of that you're on. Are you with greed and all the devilish ways that greed wants to take humanity right off the cliff and doing so efficient at it right now? Or are you with love and the solutions and the answers and being bright in science and taking on a newfound power together of unity that says we love each other enough to solve these problems? That's the difference. One is a love build-up force, and the other one just does what it's great at, what it always does. Destruction and chaos and not caring. And you thought greed had a plan for COVID? Nah. Greed don't have a plan for COVID. Greed don't care about making plans to save you. The only plan greed has is about taking us off the cliff. COVID wasn't destructive enough for greed, hell. That's what I know to be true, and I'm being dead honest with you. That's not sometimes the things I say sound like they might be jokes or maybe euphemisms or something. This is a dead honest truth right there. Okay, so we have the double horn looking thing, or whatever that you would look at that as being. Maybe a kitty cat head. Okay, it's coming down. And I don't know what side you're on, but I wish you love and the well either way. Remember, we're just reading the chart together. And in fact, I share my own emotional reaction only because I'm open with everything else. I'm showing you my portfolio as it changes. If I didn't show you the portfolio and then we just kept it about the movements only, well, I think that would make things a little bit less revealing, don't you? For you? And that's what most people do, because I think that they piss people off on either side. And that's just people that are not thinking about making money and learning. They're thinking about they're losing and now they're angry and emotional. And so they click out and they hate you. But that's not the way to be, man. The way to be is understand that we're all in this together, and some of us are on one side. Sometimes I'll be saying, come on, let's drop, and you'll be saying, come on, let's rise. And look, it's rising right now. So, and that's okay, and I like that. I want it to be that way. I don't want you following everything I do, because you're not gaining your own vision, and then it really will all be just you copying whatever fortunes I end up with. And I'm open showing everything I do so that you can learn to build your own way of doing things. Now, the people who will gain from that are people who don't have a full knowledge set, or they're brand new. And, for me, my education came from options by being in it, by losing enough on certain ones, realizing I don't like losing like that and I want to be a winner. But that realizing that winning in options is as much as getting it right and having the right level of bet and getting out of it a winner before it turns. And sometimes people really take it far. Like, I think, Jason, you did it pretty good, where you had bought in pretty doggone low and stuck with us for the ride. Like, you weren't cashing in. I don't think you're, maybe I'm wrong, you tell me, but you weren't cashing in, you were just letting it add up. See, I don't do that. I cash in my profits and I reopen new positions, which means each time it's like starting new and locking in what we have. And I think that's so important, because if it turns sideways and goes down, then you still get to be having that. And the market typically does what I just said. That's why you might be finding it difficult now, because if you're new to this and your experience was that, riding up like that was the way it normally goes, that was astronomical. Bears lost an astronomical amount in that time, and Bulls won an astronomical amount in that time. So that's not typical of how this game goes. And we're growing. I am shocked at the number of people who are really with us. We have a lot of people watching, and I realize because of analytics, I don't always see them live. And later on, people listen to the whole show. It's not like they're listening live and it only has value then. Later on, people listen because they like the commentary and they don't know what's going to happen next. And if you think about it, it's like a movie, isn't it? Is it going to go down or up? Where's it going to end up? Because I'm showing everything. And so it turns out to be a pretty effective way of helping people, and it's an interesting content. And sometimes you get different versions of me. Sometimes I have extra material for you. Sometimes I'm using the truth of Meaty McGreedy and the things he does to show the contrast and comparison with ways that God's loving truth and American Mantics does. So, you never know what you're going to get out of me. And that's the doggone truth with Moderna excels, and as it moves into money market mantics. And I think money market mantics is important because a lot of people are triggered by the word Moderna. I like having it Moderna, but Moderna is going to continue. Moderna excels, but it's just going to be a derivative or a subsection of American market. I can't even get it right. Money market mantics. So money market mantics is going to be the overall, doing stocks and doing crypto and doing anything to do with money and markets. And so that's quite a bit. Money market mantics. Remember that. Anything to do with money and markets. And then there's business mantics. That's anything to do with business, building up a business and so forth. Community mantics. That's building up and organizing a group of people around a goal and around a mission or around a community, around a belief, around anything really. And that's where, you see a lot of groups, they're a little bit insane because they're like-minded people who all think the same insane things, right? So the world of greed hell is very dangerous. People are out to take what they believe is theirs. This is mine. And there's a lot of sense of entitlement in this world, not just by one people or race, but by all people. That's what greed hell does. It's the kind of people we're putting out. That's why there's so much robbery and so much corruption at the top. All these people that do corruption at the bottom, where it's not as affluent, there's so much robbery and thievery because they have to survive. I mean, remember, the deal there is if you don't do well in America and you're trying to live your passions, your parents are going to be upset at you in greed hell. That should be something you're proud of, but the parents are upset at you because they just know how desperate of a life you'll end up with. Isn't that so sad? So we have to change that around and empower people. I think the correct kind of market would be something that would empower individuals. I think if we gave an income for all and paid it through the market, that it would both bring the market up in value, empower companies which are changing all of our lives and making it easier for us, and bring about the great new world of abundance. And, it's truly in times like that where we begin to realize we've turned a corner and technology is really helping us grow. And technology is meant to do that, where at some point in the future, it'll bring us to a point where, a singularity point where computers and AI and technology outperform humanity in every sense of the word when it comes to normal, daily, mundane tasks. And so humanity would really be freed, if you think about it at that point, to pursue its wealth, to pursue its knowledge and love, and to make the human job no less than being lovers and, always watching over and protecting that strength and that power and that freedom and that empowerment. Remember, empowerment's a wonderful thing. People act like it's free being plucked in on a desert with no sustenance. And, there you go walk along your desert free. Within days without sustenance, you will be dead. And that's how people are left in greed hell. We're still just fighting the good fight, though. We did come down to about 392.52. Right now, we're tracing up a bit. I think we'll be on a downward trend at this point, like I was suspecting. Now, could that be wrong? Sure. You know what I mean? You've seen it already. Although, it worked out where I stuck on right. If I didn't stick on yesterday, all this would be a heavy sustained losses. So really getting a feel for that market, reading and changing gears helped. And you see it in the proof already today, don't you? When you see the value of my portfolio. Okay, let's see some of what people are saying here, because I love y'all. You are my apple in my eye. I'm a wonderful happy guy because you're an apple in my eye. Okay, you turn around now whenever you like. You're an apple in my eye. You're a wonderful guy. When I hear your voice, it's in disguise. But I sense it's you. I know it's you. I feel your energies. I'm stuck in a desert. I'm all alone. I feel your presence among the stones. But all I see is a desperate me, hoping and pleading one day I'll see you rescuing me. 393.57. So, do you ever show? I really don't know, no. In times like these, all I can hang on to is faith. That faith and belief I have in you. 393.66. Okay, so that looks like where it's turning around. You know, pretty high number, almost sideways number. And my goodness, it looks like we're going to go ahead and fight this on this. This is our fighting ground battle. Let's go and look at some of these other movements I got into. I quit moving around because, you know, well, look here. We've got AMC is at 34.07. That's holding up things, actually. Imagine if that wasn't happening. We bought into a number of those calls on AMC, so we get to be up $350 on that position. Sometimes it's nice to kind of peel away from Moderna when it's not acting right. It's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. It's not predictable. But it's coming down. It's being more predictable now. Let's hope we can make a way forward for Moderna and for us to make money on Moderna. Okay, let's see what we're gonna see. Moderna, she's sitting here with me. We're going down to 392.81. Can't you see? We're turning another page. Yes, we are. We're sailing the sea of modernity. 392.94. We seem to be sticking in this above corridor, don't we? We're not, well, it is like a downward trajectory on an otherwise strong, you know, corridor right there. If I didn't get rid of those calls when I did, those things wouldn't have had much value to cash in at all. I mean, I took what I can get out of them then. And it was only because they're becoming more and more, you know, remember, today at 4 o'clock, those things are going to expire valueless. They had to be above $400 to have value, and I'm not sure it's going to get there or stay there. It might get there, but only for a moment. If you do get that gift, it might be wise to get out. If you listened to me yesterday, you got through without having too much pain, because I was cautioning about bulls, even when I was in the bear column at that moment, to take their profit if they were up. Or, I mean, profit, we're not calling it that, but to limit their losses. Don't try and ride this thing to the moon when it's not going to the moon. You'll lose everything. Take out of modernity what it's giving you. Just take what it's giving you. And sometimes it'll give you exactly what you like and what you wanted and all that you ever dreamed about. Yes? Sometimes it will do that. But sometimes it'll equally take all of those same things. That's how greed hell does. That's why you got to see clearly. I know at times it's frustrating changing gears, but doing so has been more of a benefit than not. We would have chewed through most of our value at this point if we were not flexible. And I think everybody can agree with that. That's an honest assessment of the facts. So the only reason we have 13.8 there is because we didn't become so glued to any way of thinking that we allowed the truth to seep in, and then to analyze that with our ways of seeing the world and realizing what something amounts to. It works. Doing that works ultimately. That's what I've learned and I've taught people, and gifting people that HappyHealer Lover virtue of Mantix that really builds up a character. Helps people get out of depression. I've had people that literally have thanked me, and profusely. They learned how to appreciate the world again, and to change the way they view the world. It changed everything for them. That's the problem in greed hell. See, here's the big thing in greed hell, and I think this will make sense putting it like this. If it don't make dollars, it doesn't make sense. Have you ever heard that? Very common. It's widely accepted. Oh yeah, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. In other words, in this world, you should be spending your time collecting dollars. That helps you in this life. That's what that says. And but what it negates, because you can't have both be true at the same time. You can't pursue, activities geared around your entertainment or your experiences of fun, because if it doesn't make dollars, it don't make sense. So you can't get too much involved in the exercise of pleasing oneself. It's a very depressed state of being, because that again gives the truth to, you got to be in the hunt of dollars, not spending time with family or your children. You got to be chasing those dollars, and it's not true. And so here's what it's in compete with, and it can't be both. Either it's if it don't make dollars, it doesn't make sense. Either it's that, or it's our experiences matter. We have purpose and a sacred reason for living in this world. But you can't have both. It's either one or the other. One is greed hell, the other one is God's love. It's either one or the other. So you have to choose. How do you want to see the world? If it doesn't make dollars, it don't make sense? Or that your experiences matter, that you have a divine creator who loves you, loves this world, created you in this world to have a happy and fruitful life of experiences, so many experiences, and that indeed your journey in this life are for those experiences. They make you better. They make your spirit stronger. You're better off for it. And either it's that or it's experiences don't matter. And what does matter is if it doesn't make dollars, it don't make sense. One or the other matters. I will never go with the greed hell version. Oh, Jason, God bless you, brother. Yeah, we got to try and be flexible with things, and you can't hate people for being flexible either. You got to try and learn from that, yeah. And if it was about the calls and going up, you guys would be having a party, and I would be happy for you. But I don't give information that I think is hopeful without merit. And I know how hard it is to change gears. You have to accept that when you change those gears, sometimes you will lose. And it's difficult. That's how they win against us at times, because of how difficult it is for us to change gears, even when it's healthy for us to do so. Because we're so fearful of losing money in a position that we don't accept to be the truth, a put or a down position. And those are the kinds of ways where we get locked into we shouldn't even be in the market if we're not that flexible, right? So we're at 392.27.10 right now. So it does seem like it's starting to, like I said, that overall, momentum from the catalysts that were so large and so considerable out, and it really is at this point pushing things down. How far can it go? I don't know, but I would imagine if we get going on the day, it can make it down to 375 or 380. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I was thinking that yesterday, but today I was thinking, well, remember, in the beginning of the week, I had a dream. And my dream was that it would all go, just right for us. And then on Friday, it would explode. That didn't happen. It was a good dream, but, you got to recognize the truth quick. Remember, that dream was built in my head. I was behind it. But, being honest in the moment is so much more empowering. These are lessons all about life too, folks. Brothers and sisters, this works in life. And I'm glad that you at least had that put, Jason, helping you out. And I wonder if Cozy has one. I pretty much think he does, because he likes buying those insurance options. Like if you have 5 options in one direction, you get one option in the other direction. This way here, if it does go down, maybe it'll go down far enough that it'll pay for your original cost for some of those other ones. You don't expect to make money on that. That's an insurance bet. Yeah, so there is that news. I don't think that it's enough to drive the market up. Many of us already knew that. I reported it on, Moderna Excel's almost 6 months ago. I expected that to happen. There's a lot of things that I've seen in the energies that I expected to happen so long ago that I've already acted upon myself, or that we've already seen the movements in the market, or that the market hasn't recognized it yet. The market's quite behind your Happy Healer Lover in recognizing things that give value to the cause of life. And oftentimes it doesn't recognize it at all, right? That's the problem with greed out. And I'll always put a name to it. The more popular I ever become, the more other people get to hear about the system of greed hell and how it's killing us all. And it's, it's not a pipe dream. It exists, and it's scary, and it's killing our little ones. It's killing their dreams. Remember, they come in this world so ready for a happy party, and, the sadness gets thrust upon them because the devil controls it, and the devil's hell-bent on death. Maybe you're triggered by that word devil. Don't be. It's just as equal to saying, evil energies, or, a dark force, or a downward force, or whatever you want to call it. You've got to be able to name it and then direct the energies that it has, so people can equate the threat in their lives. There's a real threat there that's overlooked. Yep, a very real threat. It looks like these are coming down just like I expected, on a sort of path, on a journey, not all at once. Coming down to 390.62, 15th up to 391. Yeah, it looks like we're just going to be on this downward trajectory. There's a few zones where A, you could have gotten a little bit more for your calls, or B, bought in for a few of the down positions. Although I caution being careful. Getting on both sides of it is very difficult. And if at this point you're waiting for calls to pull out, well then great. The challenge is right now for bulls to not be too greedy. Otherwise it might turn for, let me re-speak this, for bears not to be too greedy, to take, whatever makes them whole again. And perhaps if they think it goes further, they can make it go further, but to be very cautious of that, because, that could be their time to get out. And for that's bears. And for bulls, it could be just a matter of, you're not going to change gears, so maybe just that you remain patient then. And the moment that it comes in your favor, that you remember where you had just come from, and you act decisively. That's it. You act decisively. That's how I do it, I'm saying. I'm not a financial advisor, so you got to do it the way you want to do it. So let's see where we're at with this. So now all those ugly calls where we were down massively, we are now, not down as much, where things are looking a little bit better. And now we will be challenged as to whether, we want to ride this up or, be careful. I think it'll drop below 390 and continue on for a bit. It seems to be locked in a pattern zone. The time now is 12:37. You always got to keep focused on that time. And volume. So let's see what that volume is telling us. This is nothing more than falling off a cliff the way it typically does. But remember, there's always something that's drawing it. And you've got to find it. What is it? Look at this. Is that a bottom right there? Look at when you pull back further. If it can't fall below 389, is that a bottom where it won't come back again? You know what I mean? Everything else on the top looks good, but the lower lows are not coming out. There's a lot of resistance right there. I'm just looking at the bull case for bulls who appreciate that. See, I care about you. And I don't know that it's... Wait, we're falling below that line. That's a new development. Let's see how much further. 389. Now, if we don't fall below that previous line, then we're kidding ourselves about our energies here. All right, so it is falling just a tad. Remember, this one is the deepest line. So if it falls below this one, then we know where we're working with. And it's already almost knocked it out. It was beyond it. All right, let's check here. So those are even now. Now they're even. There's still loss from the previous play, but those ones are even. I'd like to get even on the day. I think there's still more in it. These are pretty cheap. Look at those. This is what a put costs at 385 right now. That's not a bad price. I'm going to pick up a couple of these, because I think it will go there, because it's holding at these. That went through, right? Let's see. Canceled, rejected. Oh yeah, it did reject. I always do that thing where I forget to do this. There you go. And it might come back up, and then now those lose value, I would have been better off buying those when it was up higher, but you want to see proof. And so it dipped, it's kind of right at that line, but just a little bit below. It seems to be staying on this pattern here, so let's see what it does. We're all very curious, because if it does fall through, I suspect it'll fall through with some energy. Now, it might just grow from that line, and then I literally found the worst part to buy some puts. Like even at that little up track right there. It's not too far, but it's still a little bit better. Let's see what those new puts are at right now. Yeah, see, they're 37 down. It's not too bad, but there is, some concern there. But now they're down further. I don't know why. That one I just bought? Oh, no, it switched. I was lulled. Okay, it's all right. Can they just stay in one spot? That's why, what are the odds that this one is going to do anything other than confuse me and make me make a mistake? I wish there was a way to lock them in a box. This is a 740 call that could be bought for pennies on the dollar. Do you want it? Not really. It expires today, and it's not doing that today. I would put my HappyHealer Lover heart on that. But yeah. Yep, there it goes. Okay, let's see. This is where we're at. So it's coming back down below that other previous low, which means now it's really breaking lower than the previous lows we had here, which shows a sign of where this is going. So that was a good purchase. It would have been a better one, but I didn't have information telling me that it was going to do that. So, but now things are, starting to pay off a bit, which will buy us out of our hell that we were in earlier. And then I have to make a decision as to whether I want to be even or up for the day. Remember, I'm teaching lessons here, folks. I'm not trying to trigger anybody or get people upset or mislead them. I'm teaching lessons. That is it. And sometimes even I get it wrong. But my vision and my flexibility, because of Happy Healing, has me at an advantage. One that, in this game of a casino as it is, gives me a little bit better foresight. And now you see we are basically now for the day only down $500 when at times we were up to $3,000 almost down. And man, we really play it risky. For the last couple of days, it's been about either losing money or trying to gain back money and succeeding and going even. But each day these wins are looking more and more like not losing. And is not losing a win when other people and most people are losing? You better believe it. And then the other thing is holding on too hard. It could really screw you up bad, I believe it's going to continue going down, so I'm going to hang on. And also, too, today when I uttered it out loud was the first time I thought about all those catalysts coming to an abrupt end with no new catalyst in sight. That was the first time I thought of that. I mean, I considered it before, but it was always helping. There were new catalysts. The Delta variant indeed was a catalyst. Today our catalyst is we're having a booster shot. We already knew that. So it should stop there. That's a good, happens to be a good buy-in price for puts for people, I think. Again, I'm not a financial advisor. And for some people, it's like as soon as they get in, then their put loses value and they got to wait for their sweet point. And that happens a lot, So when you first buy in, it's likely it's going to go down a little before it goes up because you just bought in random oftentimes. And it was on a downswing, but it wasn't moving at that point or whatever. Look at this order book. It's about as even as you get. We'll call that even Steven. It should start coming over itself and down again. If it doesn't do that, and it's taking a while, we'll be aware of it soon. Wow. And it could continue going up in a weird way too. It's diverting from its normal path, we'll say that much. 389.62. And remember, for every gain with Moderna, there's always this pit of hell you got to go over. No matter which direction you're going in. Moderna never upsets in taking you over that point that's scary. Florida's been having some of the most hot days you can imagine. Hopefully by next summer, Happy Force 1 will be built out, and that'll have robust capabilities, I guarantee you that. And, so I'll be cool where I am, but also that I'll be going around seeing people, and likely I'll be up north or something. All right, so look, it's growing. We're now at 389.87. Come on, you punk. Let's go ahead and see what we got going on here and be realistic. We're going to get out of these maybe, yeah. We could buy back in when it's right. We'll watch it closely. We'll be the first ones to throw a sell in there on a market order. Let's see it. They're pretty close. Yeah, close enough. And on a market order that pushes us through the moment we think it's no return. We want it to go down still. And I know some want it to go up, whatever. I'm just teaching right now. These are lessons. You know, like being in the position gives me an advantage for the sell, doesn't it? Think about it. And I'm in a pretty good TD Ameritrade will get the order through pretty good. Don't go to 390 for any means, please. I think that's a psychological area to be at, that 390. And because we're fighting around here and it seems like, it went up above, I might have lost some value. I'm afraid to go back and look because it might put me at a disadvantage. I'm in a good spot right now. I'll look on my other phone. Even glancing over at the wrong time. You got to be so clued in at moments. It's coming down a little. Let's see. Yeah, it is starting to turn around. If it's safe enough, I'll pull out of this and show you. I think it is. Let's go ahead and pull back a bit. We always get on that brink, don't we? Here we go. Now it's looking up again. Let's get back in position. We are not going to miss our sell point. Sorry. You get a gift one time often. There it goes. No. Let's see. We need to go back and make sure it's on market. Step back and close. Make sure it's on market. Review. Okay. Now we're in position. That's what's being in position is called. So that, you're not... I put a market because I know I'm letting it go no matter what if I see the sign. Right now, volume is 16,000, 38,000. I'm looking on another phone, folks. And starting to come off that 390. It was pinned on 390 for a moment. And you can see the price right there. But also, it's coming downward now. So maybe we'll start falling back in. Although it looks like it's curving up a little bit after having went downward a little. We're looking closely at this guy. Closely. It looks like it could come down, could go up, could do anything at this point. And I'm not going to lose that value we just instilled in what was a dead option just a moment ago. This is right at strike price, being in the money actually. So I'm going to stick with this here. And the moment that I get this, I'm in it. It's once I see 390, I'm out like maybe right at that moment. So, a lot of things can happen. It's not actually done until I do it. And then the system has to accept it. It's stupid at times. Just make sure I made no mistakes over here. Edit. Sell. That's right. Oh, it's at that number now. We got to go. It's out. What'd I get it for? I sold them for $285, $272. Is that what it was? Yeah. Let me see here. They filled for. And I could always get back in. $266. But that's diverging from its normal path. So it could be going up from there. Now I bought these other two small ones. They're large. They're not as painful. But let's see what this thing is doing because we might be buying back in. Luckily, we got the luxury of doing that today. Let it get up some. Maybe it's time to get a call again. If I could chase it that way, I will. Remember, I'm just going through my budget. On some of my budget, I got in some long call positions. There it goes up. All right, so maybe bulls are coming in it. Maybe I'll grab a call or something, see what that does for me. But first off, I need to get out of that other... I don't want to be in two positions opposing each other at the same time right now. Unless I think it's going to swing back on itself. And then I'll tolerate it, but not for long. I should still grab my call though, shouldn't I? All right, let's get in it. We're gonna get in a 395 call position. That looks good to me. Where are we at? 390. Hold on. Yeah, let's get in 2 of them because they're not that expensive. We'll see how they treat us. Did I do that right? Buy filled. Okay. There's our 2 call positions, and they're losing a little money. And right above it is our 2 put positions that I said I would hang on to for just a wee bit more and see if they were right. And I'll sell whichever one is wrong. That's what I'm going to do. I don't know, like maybe they're close enough to. The other way to handle this is that they can both get out profitable. You know, because if we turn around and we end up back on this, let's see, pull back here. Yeah, I mean, anything can happen. Those are very strong bull percentage points. I mean, we're only down on the day a very small amount, 0.21 cents. And this can, begin an upward trend that just begins right now. Or it could retrace on its downward trend right now, which means those calls are retarded to be in at all. See where I'm at with my budget. I'm beginning to feel like I should have just sat back a little bit more on all that action, which means I'm going to lift up on 390 calls again. Puts. You see this craziness? Don't end up like me. What'd I do wrong? Typical. What's it doing? It's going up? Get a better price on these. I still think it's going down. So I think I did good selling at 380 something and getting back in at 391 on these. Where are they? They're sitting and working. Yeah. Oh, okay. They went through. Did they? Or just one went through? Go back. Okay, now they all went. Okay, so it was a partial fill. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get rid of this call. This is a good price to sell the call for. Maybe we'll get out for a better price at this range. Unless I'm wrong. Let me check this. Yeah, I mean, it could be on an upward trend. I could be totally looking at this thing wrong. I just feel like, eventually it's going to come back down. Because, I mean, if you see, yeah, let's just stick with what I'm thinking here. Okay, so let's get on that call. It should have a little more value now. Wait, where is it at? Back. So that call's sitting on a $47 loss as we speak. And we're just going to go for it. Let it go. Okay, so we're pointing back down again. And we can only afford to do this because we're just recycling our budget. Alright, so now we got 2 puts, 7 puts, 5 at 390, and really kind of sticking the neck out there, but not, it's what it is. What is AMC doing? Oh, that's okay. Wow. You know what? Those 5 call put positions, they lost a good amount of value when they dropped like that. They're not all their value, but thank God we got some of that back. I mean, in the moment. It's amazing how just running from 389 to 391. And then in each and every position you come in and out of, that costs too. So that might have not really done much. Maybe it was just a lot of action without a lot of consequence. Look at these 4 right here. What could I get for those? 20 bucks? Nothing. Alright, we're starting to come down. This is not... It almost seems like some other stocks might be a little better play today. You know what I mean? Not necessarily, but we're in this. So here it comes down. I thought, well, maybe not so fast. Like That was a quick, just a like a, that word I don't like. I think AMC is doing good. I have some calls today that expire, and I'm trying to get them up into the value range. These are getting a little bit now that they're in the money. They're still, for the day they're up, but for the position it's still down. I'm going to hang on to it. mRNA is still doing what it does. Alright, over here, we're in the money on September 3rd calls, where the position itself is about even, which is good because we were in it for a while now. That's why you can get away with some of these calls that are out. Like, remember when these were up like around $2,000? I didn't even cash them in because I felt like they're going to go up more. Then they ended up going down, and now they're back up again. So you see how it goes with this? And then these 740 calls, damn near just sell them, but not really, because, there's miracle things that happen that make people rich all the time. That's like a really low bet at this point. Like, I've gotten into some of these really higher ones when it seemed like a higher odds, and then it did turn out, and other times it didn't. Overall, I'm way up on making those, decisions. I don't do them all the time because they're not typically profitable. Now we're down to 389.80 on Moderna. And AMC is actually going up 39.29.30. AMC is doing good for, the day. And for the day, we're 9.20 down. I think we're managing things quite well. We moved quick in all instances. Let's see where these are right now. They're 475 up on those recent... No, that's a different thing here. Yeah, these are 385 up on those recent puts. And then there's the other puts that are $16 down. They were bought a little bit earlier. They were bought right before I sold, actually, I think, or something like that. You can go back and watch if you want. So it's 389.06, and this is what reading the market does. And ultimately, so long as that you're there and you're winning on the big moves and you're limiting your losses and you're courageous, you work off of courage and love, not greed and fear, you can do this. And everything I do, people scatter. They don't realize, wait, how's that? Because I do things differently. But it's off of, like I said, the energies of love and courage and care, not greed, which opposite of greed is, love is care and love, because greed is selfishness. And, so you got that on one side and fear is on the other, and the opposite of that is courage. So mRNA is, just below 390. Still waiting to see what will happen with that. And AMC is just above 34. Now we're going to go ahead and jump back over here and see what we got. We're looking at the Moderna chart, and we see an evidence here for things to go down again. And what we're looking at was one down spell, followed by a natural up spell behind it, and which I think is a good buying in price, right? If you wanted to buy a fresh put. But although, it's very risky right now. There's a lot of extra energy coming in this thing. I think it's going to turn around here any second. It just worked off of 2 energetic bars. They don't last forever. The energy runs out and then it has to come back again. People don't understand that that's actually how it works. Like, when the price is moving, if you're just looking at the movement of the price, it seems like you can just keep going at any point or keep dropping at any point. Like, there's no reason for anything. But when you're looking at the chart, it opens up more of a vision on what's happening. So now we're losing again. In the interest of trying to win, we're losing profit, we're losing ground, just in the natural movement. That doesn't seem permanent, but it is there. For a call position, I'd be probably looking to sell at this point, fearful that it's going to turn on me. Or knowledgeable that. Just reacting in the moment. I don't think fear drives my overall mission. That's the point. But, you got to act in the moment. And sometimes you do miss the moment. I got in the calls thinking that was the way. And then I tried to change. And it might be that calls was the way. But with every unnatural rise comes often right behind it an unnatural drop. So we'll see. Again, good sell points for people who need it, who are not confident or sure that it'll be back there. Although, it depends on what level they're in on this at. If they're in it at the strike price, then they're doing good right now. All you need to move on these are when you're at the strike price is a few dollars to double your money, really. The operation really tightens up on a Friday. And it's not moving down that fast. Let's see what I really don't want to look because I know that it's, I'm probably not going to sell right this moment yet, but maybe I should. Well, it's only 187 down. I mean, by golly, if you were to sell, right? But it's going to come down, I think, ultimately. I think that was an unnatural rise. I don't think it's in a pattern at all for an upward movement. We'll see. And the energies, today was a bullish day, I thought, because we were going to explode. That didn't happen. And I would say there's a lot of hope for that. And expectations. All of which, at this 1 o'clock hour have been, dashed and crashed and doubted. We're at 30 cents up for the day. That's nothing to write home about. Now, if you're 30 cents up on a dollar stock, hey, that's great. That's a 30% movement. But if you're 30 cents up on a $392 stock, sorry, that ain't much. So look at this. Is it going to cut short and then start going up again? It looks like it. I need to look at these. I can get out of them cheap right now. Almost free. I got more to play with. It's not the last one I'll do. Now it's going to start coming down further. Is that what we see? I can't get on the right pattern. I'm not losing major money. I should get behind some calls. Back to calls again. That's okay. That's fun, right? Now we're going to go to calls. All right, ride it up if you want to go up. We'll change gears real fast right with you. We got a little budget for that. Don't change directions now, modernity. Let's ride it up to 400. Let's do like we were supposed to do today, huh? People are still bullish. Yo, look, people are puts will print. Don't be cocky, guys, because then you're going to be embarrassed later if you're wrong. It's always better to be able to stand tall. But have facts and say what you think is going to happen. That's fine. Yeah, premium has been bird. Let's see, made more than 550 on puts. Have a wonderful weekend. Oh, so he's done. Oh, I'm in it for higher numbers than that, right? I've been playing at a higher level than that. But that's smart, if that's how he's going. And today is that kind of day where it's like, oh, I'm up, see you guys. So a lot of people really feel high about the bullish movement still. Okay, well, we're in it. Let's go, bulls. See what you got. We got 5 contracts that agree with you. Where you going? Where you going? We really do agree with you. Let's see that line up again. For the moment, we want to see it go up. What are you doing? No, modernity. Yeah, that's okay. 2 little horns and a pop-up. That's what it's been doing. In fact, let me add another call. That looks good. If my thing works quick enough, I'm gonna buy 1 more. I meant 2. Okay, that puts me in the what happened just now? Did I sell those? Hello? Oh shit, buy 4 more. There we go. Easy fix. We're okay on the position. We're at 25 open. It's okay. Let's see what this thing is doing. Maybe we'll sell them again. We're just going through my budget, then we'll be done. We got in a couple of long positions. Come on, modernity. Let's rise up to new levels. Just us together, modernity. We're all together. I mean, you know, is that those right levels, really, boy? Come on. Unless those short sellers come and decide to destroy our day again. Come on. We can have a bull day. Why not? Let's pull it out right now. If we just start right now climbing, we'll be fine. We're 80 cents up. It's 109 on the day. There we go. Look up to the sky. Have some optimism. No, modernity. No, please. No. Ah, shit. This girl's trying to scare me now. 104? Really? Really, modernity? You're gonna do that? She might come really strong down if she follows that previous movement, which means we're gonna duck out of this sucker real quick right now, maybe. Do you see how the other movements went straight down from there? But if it does, that's following an upward path too, so it shouldn't pass here. If it does come down, it shouldn't pass here, and then it'll start coming up again if it's following this more medium, larger path. Though I'd prefer to just see it turn around on its current level. We'll zoom in a bit more and see if it has that energy in it. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe this was a good buy point for a call position. In our particular ones, at this level, we're doing okay. I mean, because we have 7, I say that. 176. And the price on modernity is 391.74. And we can actually make it upward from there, or we can go downward. I was almost going to add another one to it, but I was a little worried. Maybe now's the time to sell. Let me see something. Whoa! Come on, modernity. Let's see. And what you doing? Come on. Oh, there you are. You're going down, huh? Okay, let's get out of it while it has some value. Son of a beeswax, I think we missed our moment. Let's see, there it is, 290 down. We can still get out. Is it going to come back up now, though? It might come back up. We're placed, I told you it'd be stronger to the core, and I don't care to hear that shit. Yeah, see? Let's see, it comes down half, stop, and then comes up. I want to gain some value in that sell. Yeah, I think it's still on an upward movement. It did exactly what I said. No sense in selling it now because we're already at that midpoint. I think from there, there's upward travel. I just don't want to go down $1 because there's no chance, no guarantee you'll get it back. That is a good point to buy another call, perhaps. because we're so close to that margin. You got to almost move so quick. That's what that would look like. And then if you executed it, you know, you'd look at the spread, and then you'd hit review, and then you'd hit send like that. But we're not. Oh, what did I just do? Now we got 8 of them. All right, so we got to be. That's because we lost a little ground, but we're hoping to. What's it doing now? Oh, don't tell me it's gonna. It should be coming up. What's it doing now? I'm going through my budget, which is fine because eventually I'll be done. But I don't want to be done on a low point. Midpoint, okay, fine. Right now we're kind of midpoint for my levels because I'm often up by thousands or down or whatever. You know what I mean? Because I got bigger goals, and the fact is, if I get further down, then I'd have to get more conservative like that guy was. But if I can keep it at my current levels, oh boy, oh brother, what is this thing doing? Come on, look up on yourself now. Don't do like that. Don't do like that. Don't do like that. Be a bull. Know your bull sign. All right, let's see where we're at with these. Down 500, right? No? 310. Could just step out now. Where are we at for the day on this? Oh, jeez. Definitely, I don't want to accept that. I want to get it right. I feel like it should be going up. I feel like that's a bull pattern, ultimately, right here. Starting on the... I'm looking at the lower levels. And right now, those lower levels don't account for this thing going any lower than where it's at right now. That would be a new development. See, and every little penny brings or loses value. So now we're, you know what I mean? It straightens it out. And, you know, we really got to make some room on these things. We got to move a little because, you know, we've been losing money on our exchanges as well. Okay, so are we being faked out? There's a lot of bull and bear traps too in this. I mean, there are patterns, and that's how we've managed to, you know, make up for some losses. But, and we're looking at various ways where we're winning and losing. I still think this thing can turn around right here and come right on up. Although it could do the same thing for down. Right now, the energies are a little bit confused, I'll tell you. There it is. Look up. It should come up. It should come up, and it should beat this previous peak of 393. Get up to about, you know, 395 or so. Let's see. Yeah. 395 would be about right. Well, maybe that's off the chart a little, but you get it. It's like right there. Maybe right there would be good. I'd like to see it make 394. All right, here it comes. So that was a good point to buy a put. I did buy a put there. If it doesn't turn around, there's always that risk. It's supposed to go up, but look at the volume. Wow. Look at that volume. I think it can come up. Yeah, that volume is dropped by the minute. There it goes. Come on up. Come on up. We welcome you to the upside. Zoom out a little. You can see it was down here to start with. 388. It's lethargic in its ability to come up, so it's definitely off the path. That's why it's more in a category where anything can happen. Although we're making back a little bit on this, we do have some budgetary, processes left because they're cheap enough we can get in and out. But we'll have to save our budget. And when you're in these calls like this on those really shocking patterns where it moves, 5 or 10 points, when you have a bunch of calls out in the open like this, based on like, $1,000 block of money, or maybe $1,500 block of money, you could really go through that entire block when it moves like that. $391.03. And it's there it's looking up again. So that's 3 times attempting to look up. I think it's going to break through and start coming up at some point good here. And also it seems like the energies on the prices are agreeing too that calls are more favored. So it's 192.59 and rising, and now these are about to go into the positive. And like I said, I'd like to see it get to about 394. Although there it is, it's coming. Pretty good at reading those things, aren't I? Modernity's my baby. That's why I know how to read them, but I just know how, but I don't even know why. People say, how do you do it? I don't know how I do it. I just do it, okay? Okay, so let's see what's being said by my lovers who are trying to help me with knowledge while I'm glued into the chart, which has been paying off. Let's see. This should be positive now. Okay, we have 8 large going positive, and we're going to hang on to them and turn things around for now. Okay, so what do we got going on? We got Cozy Tech. I'd like to see these big boys that shorted at 475 plus covering to take profits, which will hopefully help bring us up a bit. I agree, brother. Yeah, you know what I mean? Large inflows for the day is just 13.6 million, a fraction of what has been every day for the past couple of weeks. Big boys going long took a 3-day weekend. It looks like even without them, it's holding above 380. Yeah, that's true, man. All that's true. And so, you know what? We made that move, and I didn't sell. Maybe I should have sold right then and bought on the flip side. But I don't think these flips are going to be that huge to keep doing that. And remember, selling and buying, there's a certain cost that comes with that. And a budget. We're not at levels where we can afford to do it unlimited like the rich. So, we've got a few things going on there. So now we're actually negative on the day, which is a very positive thing for us, having been where we've been. Although it hasn't been that intense for us to consider that much damage. It's just a matter of how far it goes down before it comes back up again. And the level it dropped off at was just really, there it goes. It was really due to continue to come up more, because it didn't really go, it was equal to the previous one, but it needs to go past it. And these bulls have it in them. They do. That's why it's a bullish day today. But it really has on both sides. And I move. Can you imagine if I stayed in those calls, in those puts that I was in negative 390? Oh man, you just got to move. You can't sit in one spot. You'll die like that. Like we're doing in greed hell. And if we suspected that the next thing that's going to happen now is a drop, then we get out of it. But if you look at this, it is turning out that those are our highs and lows, and that this could be an anomaly over here, that fork off, and that really that's a progression from this level going up to this level, and now it'll stay within these short levels and come up again. That would be nice. But also there's an indicative that it'll make a deep drop and come back in again, filling in that. See these basins? Each one of these have huge basins. Will there be another basin over here? Quite possibly. Is it better to sell before we go into the basin? I think so. I think it'd be better to sell going into the basin and then to pick them up. But really, we're almost already in the basin now. We're getting ready to be, we're only going to go about halfway in it. So we shouldn't go below 390, 150-ish. And then the basin should make that U-turn around again. There it is about, it's getting to that 390, 195. All right, so now it should stop here somewhere and start turning around. And it'll have an extended turnaround to form another basin. If this low goes lower than the previous low, then we've got a problem on our hands, folks, as bulls. There we go. So it's doing like we expected, even a little bit, in the safety zone, right there where I was pointing to. We even gave it to, the only reason I said 9150 is just to be within that margin. Because when it does come up, it should come up a little higher now. Now it should come up around that 393 mark. I'm sorry, higher than that, 393.70 to 393, maybe 394, something like that. But it's going to have to make its basin, so there's a little bit more action that takes place right here. And then that just goes sideways a bit, and then it comes up. Make sure you share, folks, for me. Thank you for liking. I love you guys. We're doing great. We want to build this up. We want this to be a special place in your life that you can count on. There's not a lot of things that you can count on. But folks, you can count on your happy healer. I won't let you down. You know what I mean? I just won't let you down. There it is. So, and I'm going to do my best to teach you, and sometimes it's better not to just trade in anything. Although it's hard to sit here through the process and learning if you're not in it a little bit. So, maybe you could be in it a little bit. Only with what you can afford. And when I say afford, I mean afford to lose. Whenever you walk in a casino, you got to be willing to lose what your budget is. There's our basin forming out. It's free at this point to come up now, although it's looking down, which is irritating. But that's not really its movement. Making the basin is its movement. So much stuff goes into reading these charts. We read so much leading up until this point, and quite frankly did quite well. And it always seems like right at that opening there's a musical note, and you just can't tell which direction that musical note will be pointed in. So, we try to get it right, but often we've been getting it wrong and having to make up for it. That basin is built out quite well. I suspect now would be a good time if you wanted to buy a call, if you were getting, if you're in the mood for that and prepared for that and wanting that. See what they cost. I mean, they're not too bad. The 395 level's affordable. The 390 level I wouldn't jump in. Not as a buyer. And it's coming down at 390. Now it seems like it's coming up. I mean, maybe if you wanted to. The puts I wouldn't even be in. Those are scary as heck to me right now. Okay, so we're due to come up here. Let's see what happens. My goodness. Those are what the energies tell us. And it should be higher than the last one. So you can have one. I mean, that 380 one would probably pay the most, but my goodness, come on now. We're at the 392 mark, so it's even becoming more expensive to buy these. So you can just kind of see how they raise with the price. There's a shot under 392 to get in. Let's see the chart. I think it's getting ready to come up. It's on the trajectory. Could have gotten a better price just a moment ago, but I think it's about to start moving up. So maybe we'll go ahead and grab one of these. Well, it's gone down a little bit, so let's see. 392.04 right now. And so the cost of that is, and it's coming up as we speak. It's starting to move now. Is it worth getting it? That's another, I don't know if it's worth grabbing it right now. I mean, if things went down on us, we'd be quite exposed. Why haven't we moved yet, though? You know, these basins get to be pretty large. You know, it's a little bit almost away from the previous basin. Like, it's like the largest basin so far. I'm not sure that it's exactly doing what we want, but when does it ever exactly do that? We're going to stick with what we got. Although, if I didn't have the level that I have now, I'd be buying them. I'm just in deep enough for this moment. And right now, on that moment, edit out, cancel out, get back to positions. Yeah, I mean, we're doing okay. We're still down a little bit on that, but I suspect it's going to start coming up. But it seems like maybe it's got its own mind here. It should come up maybe on this next one now. That would be an extended into new territory basin, and there's a lot more activity, action that happened within this basin, but we're ready for it to go up now. And the order book looks quite even. I'm trying to determine which one has that advantage on the order book, and right now I think that see, it's looking up now. I think it's going to come up. I think it'll come up and it'll probably get to about 393 and change. You know, but it's taken a while. And right now I could get out of some of this. It's seeming a little risky. We're down 218 now. You know, if it turns around and the floor drops out, you know, that, like, it's already turning away from what we thought, so it's really scary. I think it'll come back up again here, and when it does, maybe I'll drop half my positions or something. It's pulling away from what it's supposed to be doing. It's not, where's the basin? This is not a basin. This is like, you know, something different. Yeah, see, something different is going to cost us. And it could get very expensive. I'll take a $300 loss before something gets really massive. I'm missing information. I go blind on my balances when I do this. Come on, wake up. Where is it moving? I got to look at this other one here. That's why I have two phones. But even in the process of transferring over, it's there, it's moving. I need it, there it goes. I need to sell on a 391 level. It might give me one more shot. Okay, let's get in there. I have a level. It needs to meet it or it's not going to sell. Let's see, cancel, replace. Let's get over here. I might need to do, my goodness, I don't want to lose out on all these. Oh, geez, come on. It's coming down. Come on, shoot back up again. Shoot back up. Come on. Let's glance at the other one here. That's why it's nice to have a bunch of windows open all at once. Maybe we'll open more windows next time. You know what? We're at the bottom here of something. So we're going to wait until this resolves. That was totally ugly. All right, let's cancel that real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Edit. Let's get to our orders. Where are they quickly? Because it's going to, I think we could do better, maybe. Cancel. Let's get to orders. Orders. Get this one. Cancel order. Yes. I think it might do more than what we were thinking. Hold on. I need to study this better. It's 4:18 now. I need to look at this. We're coming up a little bit. Let me get my other directional up here. Oh my Jesus. Jesus. There we go. I just need to be able to see at all times where my yeah, now it's at 5:18. That's no good. That's because we're dropping. I should have been out of it. All right, so I was hoping it would come up some. Should be on the other side, I guess. But see, chasing it's not going to work. We got to see where it's going, follow it, and then be with it. But chasing it's not going to work. Whatever the case is, I think it'll resolve and come back at some point. We have enough time in the day. It's 1:33. So, yeah, it's becoming more costly to hang on to these, definitely. It's at 600 at this point. I should have been more assertive in selling them and getting on the other side. But I just, this back and forth stuff is giving me vertigo. My goodness, don't drop lower than the previous one. Just turn around. It's 387.79. We don't want to drop lower than any of this crap. It takes so long to make progress today. 389.58. And you know, a lot of what we've been doing is damage control too. But not this time. I could have done better this time. I'm just digging in a hole deeper here. I want it to turn around right now. This is all new territory, so there's no rule book for this. I mean, if you look at the bulls, they have a lot of energy coming into it, fighting back. So I think it'll turn around. I'm just not going to worry about it for the interim. There it's at 390 again. I think to make it too, I think maybe the volatility is picking up. Let's see this volume. The volume is pretty low, actually. The volatility is still there, though. Wow, look at that. That volume fell out, but the price itself is falling with it. Wow, this is unsettling. 389.50. It should be coming up on these levels. There it is. No, yes, no. It's going to test itself. If you were in a call position, these are better for you. Yeah, we're not going to sell down and buy up. I'm gonna stick with it on these. I think it'll turn around. In fact, maybe I'll buy some more. I think that might be the way I need to go. Which means I'm leveling higher in it, and there's more risk to that. But I think it's getting to a dirty bottom that it's not going to keep diving in. I don't think today's about huge dives or huge drives. I think it's about this interim, swing stuff. I think that's getting, it's still working towards a bottom. I'd like to see that is the bottom. Like I said before, I don't want to see the bottom drop lower than the previous bottom, which would be 387-ish. By then, these calls will be really worthless. They still have some value to them. They're worth $800 at the moment at 389.51. And in part, that's because they're 390 calls. Oh no, they're 395. Wow. Well, the 390 were more expensive. So let's see. It could be turning around. When you zoom in on it, you force the computer to give you a little bit more information. Yeah, so it looks like I'm going to buy another couple because that hurt. And the only way to really, get back to where you need to be is by getting in on better prices. I think I need to, it went through. Okay, good. All right, so I got a good price on that, I feel. Now I'm in at 11 of them. So the damage will be greater, plus the reward will be greater. There we go. Nice V recovery. Come on. I don't want it to turn around on itself. That's a real risk. I just want it to come up. Come on, bulls. Let's get those balls going. Let's bounce those balls, bulls. Bounce those balls. Bounce those balls. Yeah, balls. Bounce those balls. I don't want to see this come lower than a previous valley here. I hope that was just a slight little... It really didn't ring high enough. It needs to turn around and keep going up. Because I got in deeper on this. And I think that could potentially be the thing that makes me positive today. It could also potentially be the thing that gives me a huge bite. Typical BS Friday. Yep, is it going to be lower than the previous level? And then too, when does it all turn around? I think this whole thing has a level that's not going to go much lower than this. You see those? You know what backs that up? These three right here never went lower than this. It keeps trying, and well, at some point I think it's just going to come up, or it'll break through. But it'll break through on the fourth time, where 3 times before it failed. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think so, actually. I think right now maybe, let's see what these things are, 109, 104. I think right now let's see what these 390 calls are going for. 265, huh? Yeah, you buy it when it's down, not when it's up, that's for sure. Sure, I could lose, but I buy it when it's down, not when it's up. Not buying 10 of them. Jeez. Why must you do that? It's coming up on me over here playing around. Alright, so let's see. We bought 2 of the other variety now. What? Calls? Yeah, okay, good. Alright, make sure. I always freak out. Alright, 390.86. So, I don't know why oh, that's the other one. Okay, no, that's fine. It's 14 down. I said, I don't know why that's down. Alright, so that's good. That's good. This sucker here, man, I think I'm just going to sell it to get it out of my eyes view. It's going to screw me up real good. There's nothing there. It's a phantom. There's no way for that to do anything special. Oh, it's sitting on the cell block? Jeez. Alright, let's see what we're doing here. Come on, wake up. Is that it? That's where we are right now? Okay, keep going up. Keep going up. 390 something. Keep going up. That's not your level. Your level's higher than that. But, yeah, so being at this level on these 2 here, I'm $10 down. Ultimately speaking, oh my goodness. The damage comes sometimes. What can you say? You don't even know where it comes from. It just comes. When things go your way, everything goes great. If we go to, all we need to do is go to 392 and everything changes. So we have a nice setup where we don't have to go far. But even asking for those small movements become really difficult, don't they? Let's go. We're having a rise again. Even having those small movements become at times so incredibly difficult. I cannot tell you. It's just the way it goes. And so it's turn around. Let's hope that, yeah, there it goes. Keep going, baby. Keep it on going. And make sure you're knowing the correct way of going. How's it going, JJ and Ryan G? I'm so happy to see you guys. And so let's hear. You're talking about MMAT. Used to be Torch. And it's created a lot of bag holders, huh? Well, we're not going there then. Not right now. But it has reached its bottom if you have extra cash. That's what I think. I was looking at it. It looked like it reached its bottom, you know. So we're at 390.45. And then JJ says, just opened 2 calls for AMC expiring September 3rd. Hey, buddy, I got the same ones. That premium will be held hostage until enough money to pull or buy. You know, the thing about AMC, it can go up and make you money 2 ways. Just by natural how, calls and puts work. And then the other way it can make you money is by this short squeeze that they're all pushing for. So, to me, it's a good bet. Although you need to give yourself time and get out of them and refresh them. Like, don't keep them up until 2 weeks old, Try to get out of them before that. All right, so right now we're at 390.47, moving sideways. We don't want to see that level fall below the previous, points if it's going to do a little falling. We just want it to turn around and go up. Stay within a tight corridor, moving up until it breaks out, going up. Today's going to be about damage control. I hope not. 389.19. We're still close to that levels where we have first things that's in risk are these ones here. 389. If it's moving below, that's the new thing. Jeez, come on, man. These ones here, I don't want to lose on these here. That'll be more expensive, so I'm going to get rid of them real quick. What, I got 2 things clicked? Sure. So if I have time, I'll get out of them. I'm already down $200 on them. I don't even want to leave. Got to see what the chart says. Is it turning around or is it screwing us over? We're getting shorted. Folks, the shorts have showed up. But we're turning around on it because it was unnatural. But it could keep going because these shorts don't just give up like that. These son of a bastards. And look at this trajectory they're trying to put us on here. Although it stops here. That's it. There's no more place to go. That's it. If you look at these previous bottoms, there's no more place to go. Will they find a place? Oh, geez. They're short sellers. What do you think? What are we looking at? Why is this thing not moving on me? Hang on. We'll go to 5 days. It's back to 1 day. There we go. Okay, so that should be the floor right there. 388.42-ish. It could get a little bit lower than that, but not much to stay on that floor. Otherwise, it's breaking a new floor, and I should totally be in, man, I don't want to even think about that. I'm just going to look at this as the bottom of calls, the best price for calls. I got to stay in one direction at this point. Not enough time to move around. We got 2 hours left to the day, and typically speaking, those final hours when you're already depressed in the stock and you have this much bull pressure, I believe that it can at least bring it up enough to be profitable a bit. And in fact, this might be a good price if we're already in it kind of deep. Today's either going to be a 5K loss day or an even or a bid up day. But I think that selling those is out of the question, but perhaps buying some more is a great idea right now. So that's what I'm going to do. Either way I can go, I'm getting in deeper. I'll get in deeper for the side that... did I do that right? I hope I did that right. Yeah. So I got in this side that offers me hope of forward progress that's in line with my other previous bets. And I'm not going in a new direction. I don't think I have to right now. I don't think we have to. Or if whatever you're doing is on you. But I'm not a financial advisor. But for me, I think that the best thing is to put more weight at this bottom area, at this lowest area that the market has told us is the lowest area. Could be wrong, but the market has told us is the lowest area that she wants to go today, and instead pile up on calls there and ride them up on its little wave it likes to go on. Probably won't take us to more than 292 or so, and to sell them at that level. It looks like that's the only way to get out of this sucker. Now it can start going up still even beyond that, so, and it's really stalled out here and it's already coming up, so I like that purchase I just made. Unless I screw up and not sell in a right pattern or something, I think it'll do well. I'm buying one more. I need to come up with power on this last hit, or except I'm going to take a double the loss probably. But I think this is a bet that's in favor of the movement. At least the movement that I'm asking for. If that goes, if that goes sideways in a bad way, then oh boy, I don't want that to happen. I don't even want to think about it. I mean, the order book looks good. I think that things here will pan out perhaps, and not easy. It's never easy. Might even go down another notch. I don't want to see that at all. But the good thing is that when you step out of this thing, right, and you get back in, so we can see, it's sort of at an inclination bottom. Right there. Once it gets up to 392 though, I think I'm out. That gives me $4 progress on about, how many contracts do I have? Last Friday when I got beat, I had up to 25 contracts. I don't think I'm there, but right now we're sitting on 19. 19 for the upward direction, all that are having stress right now. All right, it's coming up a bit. 389, 13. Let's see. There you go. Takes a second to catch up. It's like, what's it doing, huh? All right, so that was good. That's a good sign for bulls who aren't asking for a lot. If you're asking for a lot, you're going to have more to go. And this is going to be tough just to get what we want here. Seems like we're at a floor. That's why I went in like that. Not because of anything else, folks. I'd rather buy at the floor than buy, oh, look, we're going up. This is great news. We're proving we're going up, and then buy and not have taken that profit. I think I've established where this floor is at. I might be wrong. We'll see how that turns out. We're coming at we're looking at the numbers. 388.76 is not bad. It's staying in that level. We just don't want to go above, the lower 388s into 387 and all that. We want to stay where we're at and go up. I think we will if we keep our prayers, maybe. Because it's a change in direction, really. When we zoom in like that, when we zoom out, it's a little bit better. The tops are coming down, but the bottoms are staying firm. Which means this thing could break out in either direction also. When it starts tightening up on itself like that, that's also indication of a breakout soon to come. And I'll tell you what, at 1:51 p.m., I think that breakout will favor bulls. I hope. It'd be nice if we went to 405 right now, right? And then we'd all be singing and dancing the hulas. Could happen. You know when it does best? When you stop looking at it, you turn around, walk away, and come back. Although that's dangerous, man. That's like saying, oh, I'll accept the full loss. Or it's also saying, my out could have come where I did really good, but I missed it. Now we're up to 389.13, so it's finding its way up a bit more. Only on small levels here. It needs to reach up. Needs to reach up. Okay, let's go ahead and go, let's make this work, baby. Let's reach up to like the 392 level, and let's see what we can make happen there. And I'm going to tell my folks on another channel I love them. Love you guys. And gals. I'm on the wrong handle, but you know it's me. Keep watching where you're watching. I like that you're over there. But that's great. I love my channel over there. Help me grow it. Okay, 389.44. Come on, baby. It's in the upward direction. Okay, nothing new there. Okay. 389.22. Let's roll up now. Time to go to 392, and then to 395, and then to 398, and then to 400, and then to 405. That would be nice. Remember, when you have as many contracts open that I have, for every dollar this stock moves up, I essentially have 1,800 shares. Wait, is that right? Yeah. 1,800 shares, all of which are each making that dollar. So for every dollar, it's $1,800 progress. Lost or gained. And I increase my level at the, and remember, these options are steadily running out of value at this hour. If it's going to make us, pay at this hour, it's going to get the worst of us if it starts settling down and going sideways. So that's also something to watch out for. I'm totally watching out for all this stuff. And, there it goes, 389.84. We're moving up. I mean, like I said, that has a consequential impact on this, because there it goes. There's 276 up on that one. So, the idea is is this enough to turn it around? Because I bought at the bottom. I managed to do that instead of selling at the bottom, thinking it was going to continue going down. Let's see how high it goes here. I hope it goes super high. Like to see it go, up at least beyond these peaks, but I don't think it's going to go that far. We'll see. How far can the bulls take it? And then in whatever stretch, we're probably going to have one of these other things. Is it going to go? These been getting lower, so instead of getting 2 like that, we might only get 2 instead of 3 this time. We'll see. And they tend to fall and come up pretty far. Again, they don't have to listen to us. They do what they want. Alright, so I'm locked and loaded, and I feel like we're ready to roll and rumble and tumble when it goes. So let's say I don't think it's going to drop further than where it is now. And then it'll come up again and stay on that tiny projection that it made for itself. There it is, coming back up. $389.56 coming back up, it looks like. Time now is 2 o'clock. Well, 1:56, 1:58, 7 actually. 389.57. That looks like our bottom for that level. I don't suspect it'll drop anymore, and if it does, it's breaking away from our level already. It should be doing that same kind of upside down bull. Just like we've seen here. And there. And there. And there, do you see the process? That's what I'm looking at. But this one's going to be lower than the previous ones. Had we caught that pattern before now, in a way that was more meaningful, I think we could have maybe gained from it. But, and hopefully it breaks away from that pattern and goes straight up. That would be nicer. So we should be getting up now, going up, 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 up. No, it's breaking away from that. Wow, it's breaking away from that. I mean, it's not that consequential yet, but yeah, it is. I mean, it's really upsetting because it didn't move that far no matter how you look at it. It's testing that bottom level again. When it does that, it's almost like, see, look, that's when the short sellers are coming in. They don't want to see this thing go up under any circumstances. So we got to be aware of that they're there and they're attacking any movement up, which means that's scary. I hate having them there as a bull. That's that market manipulation, folks. Do you like it? And remember, when they're pounding down a company, there's no limit. They would like to see it drive it right in the ground. To me, I would like to see Moderna's bulls pounce back some progress to an extreme amount. But, that's a dream. At this point, I'm looking to make some massive losses, it seems. If I sustain a $5,000 loss, come Monday, I'll be licking wounds and being very, very cautious. See, because I was hoping to make some, which yesterday I managed to throw off a big loss. Today is not over by any means. But it could turn into a crappy day if these bottoms are allowing themselves. That could just simply be part of the last bear bull. The bull that's helping bears. But, it does have to turn around at some point. This line here, if it stays on this line, that's an ugly line for bulls. But, even that line, let's trace that back. Well, that goes into yesterday. Let's see. Today before. So those are some larger patterns that it's really hard to say in this very moment what it'll do in relation to those larger patterns. What I could tell you is that we have an exact opposite look from what this morning was driving, and there's a lot of optimism in that market. Now it's starting to come up. It looks like, it's had enough of that. When the one thing is about, that'll drive volatility when the bears are pushing so hard against the floor and the bulls don't want to go. And so, you start seeing the sellers disappear and, the buyers start jumping up higher, which brings the price up. And let's see if that turns out and they get a good run going. That could happen. It's already, it's what it is. But what we need is a massive drive up. And it happens, right? They push it down artificially. And we need a spike that drives past their pushing. In a way, Moderna is owed by the energies a spike somewhere here. I would imagine it'll come. The question is, how far will it go when it does come? These little bitty bits right here is not enough. It needs to drive it up like here and higher. Come on, baby. I mean, if you look at it, it's not very bullish at all. I feel like I was going to stick with the bears, if you recall. But, then I changed. And because I seen that floor, and I felt like, maybe there's something to derive from that. And it's still at that floor. It didn't bust below the floor. That's good news. Well, it's a challenging thing, right? Because if you look at that floor started from when we first opened. There it is. Another copyright claim on one of my videos. Don't these guys ever get tired of that? All I do is show myself. What did they copy? What did I say? A word? Yep, so it's at these lows. I mean, 387.80 is not that scary if it's just going to sit there and roam around and then shoot up. It gets scary when it gets, in levels that you don't belong at. And I already know I'm getting my ass kicked. Yep. Although it can turn around in a heartbeat. 33.80 right now down. It could turn around in a heartbeat. And when it does, it could turn around it could really, with that many options working, if it turned around in a big way, it could really, really turn out to be a profitable day. As so far as being a not profitable day, and this is the beauty about options. It's limited, your loss. My losses will be limited to about that $5,000 range. Maybe a little more. I'm in pretty heavy. I should count that up. But in any event, I don't suspect that with the value I've already lost, that there's much more than another $1,200 or $1,300 value to lose. So the options are relatively cheap in that way. And ultimately speaking, if they run, now you've got 18 contracts all making $1,800 per dollar. And it doesn't take long, and then before you know it, you're up 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,000 just because it moves so fast. And that's what I'm suspecting could happen, because they're depressing these bears really tough. And bulls. And the bulls didn't just disappear. And the bulls are already pushed to half of their analytic value. And so they're not happy. They're ready to go back to where they feel they belong. And, so the market is artificially being challenged by short sellers who's getting in the way of that. And so we're just seeing what's, those short sellers help put holders, but, I don't think puts are really that awesome. Imagine if nobody bought puts, then I don't think there would be really room to have calls. So I'm not really against it. Let people be what side they want to be on. But at the same point, just if we had a market that rose, you can get rid of all the side puts and all the little gambling functions. If the market was just a constant and healthy riser, we'd be good to go. If I was in this thing on puts, I wouldn't feel that bad either right now. I'd say, all right, we're waiting for that breakout, right? Just like we're saying now. We're waiting to go lower. And they would be looking better than us, possibly. But we're still at this floor. I don't want to see a breakthrough on that floor. I'll be right back. I just don't want to see a breakthrough on that floor. Do you get me, kids? I just want to see it climb. okay. Okay. Got some yummies, and that's for my tummies. I hope that when I come back the stock will be up a little. I can't see it. Last time it was at 387.30. Hang on. Sometimes walking away gives like some kind of energy to it. Got a variety of energy sustenance. Grab some more breakfast items because I don't want to wait on cooking. Although I can cook. Alright, let's see. I'm going to get back here. Whoa, what was that? I got to set up the camera, then I'm going to get back and see what we're doing here. Hopefully we're okay. I don't want to drop below that 387 we're at, or wherever we're at now. I hope we went up if we did anything. And then, oh wow, we did. We went up to 389 and now we're being tested here. So that was nice. I think we'll go up further than that with some luck. Alright. That's great news. Trying to get in at that bottom felt more natural to the cause of... I mean, there's all kinds of traps in that's how it does, you know, and I try to be cognizant of that and realize that, man, I want to be on the winning end when it's all settling. Where is this? Is this a good level for you guys? Yeah, maybe that's good. It's a little lower than it was before, but I don't know if I like that. Got to get another haircut. Where's my brush? Do I look pretty now? All good? Got my little gray spots perfectly set? Okay. Funny enough, you know, Google wants to verify me, get me verified as the HappyHealer Lover for President of the United States of America. Isn't that cool? It's actually, look, they want to get me verified. Can I get on there? That's the verification form. Get verified on Google. They're ready to take your Happy Healer to the White House. And then if you look over here on the screen on our setup, we're going up. Maybe that's going to help us get Happy Force 1 built. Maybe somebody's watching that sees and understands and agrees with everything your Happy Healer says and has the advantage in life that wants to help and put their cause and match it to mine, and we can work together like Batman and Robin. Who knows? Maybe all that's possible. Damn it, God works in mysterious ways. Greed doesn't last forever. You have but a moment. Greed comes and goes, and then you could only wish and think about the things you could have done when you had the money. So it's possible. In greed, hell, it's not likely. Granted, people often regret not doing the things they should have done. That's how greed, hell, usually works. In the world of God's love, though, all that changes. Alright, so now we're looking to, you know, find a level here, not to come all the way back down, but to do a climb up. I think this was a switch around. Now we're doing, and it's kind of been like it's been doing. The question is, will this develop an upside down bull, or is it getting too small to make it noticeable? Which means, oh boy, you know what I mean? Just like the chart did just now, throw you in off out of gear. But let's look and take a see what we're doing here. Yeah, I think that thing's got a lot more closed in here, better for the portfolio. Well, not that much better. We need to gain. We need to go up. That's what we need to do. We're still there, just like the bears are still there, really, at this level. We need to go up. Man, Moderna's been a little bit tough nut to crack lately. She's just been a tough nut to crack. I mean, what can I say? Oh, so let's say I gotta fill this in. What is your full legal name, country, how much stuff? Oh, they want a picture. Oh, come on, this is gonna be so much stuff, man. They want me to prove it's me, and then I could be. And is it worth? You guys tell me. Leave me a message. Is it worth doing all that stuff to get notified, to get verified on Google? Think about all the people trying to get verified, and nobody cares. Nobody's helping them. And now here they're approaching me because of my political background. And they want me to get no holds barred. That's odd. Started streaming 31 minutes ago? What? What was today? Broken up in 2 different streams? It fell apart, didn't it? Let me see. I'm really confused now. No? Yeah? Seems like that. Yeah, I see. This is the same one we've been on. I don't know why. It's so weird. It shows there's 5 people watching, but only 1 like. Hey guys, start liking this video. We had 4. What happened? Did you get angry at me? I don't think so. We're all trying here. I mean, I'm taking a big loss with you. Of course. We hope to turn that around, though. Of course. It's tough being a lover in greed hell sometimes. Yeah, no, there's still about 2,000 at stake. If all that goes sideways, I'll be 5,500 down for the day. Well, that's also in part because we're coming up, and that's always been about the number we had at. It can't get worse than that, though. That's the good news. And on the positive note, it doesn't take that much effort for it to become something special. That's the advantage to putting more money at risk. You can lose more, but but that's also like doubling up. If you're losing on your first outset of mission, right? You can double up by adding more troops to the battle. I like analogies. Like, you're sending these soldiers off to battle and they're doing good, but then they step back. Now you could, recall them in with all their injuries and as hell, or you could just set up base and bring in reinforcements and supplies. Looks like we're raising back up. Soon we'll be above 190 with some hope here. Looks like that crest is. Maybe this bull is really seeing a small bull. Let's look back at these bulls, previous bulls before. No, it should go at least like higher, like maybe 391. Jeez, come on. 391, 47. Should go at least a little higher. Come up like this. lower than that one, and something like that, and fall back down. That's what they're looking like. To be above the 390 level, I think would be a good place to start getting aggressive about selling them. Unless they can get some real momentum going and drive these things up to new heights. And that can happen. Why? Because this is Moderna. Hey folks, I don't know why we're only down to 1 like. Can you guys like this, or should I end it because you guys hate it so much? You don't want to see the outcome. Can you like the video for me, please? So we can grow this little baby and try and get more people on doing God's work, being passengers, or being, that's what I prefer they are, because you don't belong in the market until you understand and that you can take the risk. And I constantly preach about that, so we're not putting people in danger. We're just showing them what we do. 389.35. Hey, thanks guys. All right, so we're getting ready to go above 390. Let me see how these are. If they're healthy enough, I don't think they're gonna. I think they need to go higher than that. Yeah, those 395s are really falling out of favor. Maybe I need to unhook from them and hook more into these other ones here. I'm starting to see a phase like that. Let me grab. Well, I don't know, man. That's a little risky with this current movement. I might just stay focused. Those 395s, they're not really helping a lot because the market's really unfavoring getting up that high. That's in the pricing, I mean. They're starting to come up now though, because now we're above 390. We're moving. So what's happening here? You know, I mean, that's pretty down there. So we would need a nice movement for. Let's see the chart. That tells me a lot more. If we're going straight up, then that's a new level, the new thing. If we're just going to the side and making a bull, then we know what's happening. Sometimes you can't move quick enough. Now, this looks like a breakaway. Let me see. Depending on how far that line goes, that's an abnormal line to how the bull's formed. So either it can come back up on itself. Let's see where we are in our movements here. Oh, wow. Maybe it's a good time to drop those 395s before it comes back down. But it could go up more. These ones here, I'd really like to. They're so taxing. Unless we can get moving, then they'll become a gift. I guess we'll wait for now. Oh, okay. We got to a high enough number that would have been good on the bull, but that's not the bull. That's something outside of the bull. These bulls, the real bulls are charging. There's two bulls, right? Two kinds of bull. All right, so it's coming back down. And now if that's the end of it and it's done going up, then you can compare that with some of these other bull moves. Doesn't mean it's done. And its charge down will probably take it to the halfway mark. Or maybe, but not all the way past here. And its next peak should be a bit higher. Man, and I hate these bulls. I want to see it break away from them. I would hope that it would just keep going up. Could happen here. We're almost to 391. If we can manage, I mean, we're already there a moment ago, but if we can manage to not go below 390 and then just keep rising, create a whole new path, that would be lovely. Alright, go up now. It might make us dive to below 390, where it was with how these other movements worked. You see some of them went low. Well, I don't see evidence where it rose up and then came directly down. It made like a little movement, and then a basin, and then the height of looks like it's following the previous pattern. So I think we'll get one more height out of it, unless we can get a breakaway. The bulls show up. Right now we still see a bearish chart. The bulls are doing their part to bring about these literally the bulls bring the bulls, and the last one went up to 393.17. I don't think we're getting that out of this one. If it remains a bull. Okay, Jason. Thank you. You said I liked your video and shared it, but I think other people did too. Yeah, I think they are. But your stream messed up. Yeah, we're growing it together. Thank you, guys. I'm such a desperate retard, but I have good information. I'm not really that. I'm just trying to be humble. I am humble, damn it. You can't try to be something that you are. Alright, so we're back above 391. That feels good. Although we're falling into that bull pattern, man. Although it's a little separate than what these other bull patterns look like. This looks like it might be a new pattern. Like it's forming spikes on the way up. That would be nice. Or maybe it's not. So far, that spike looks just like this one. Now, if it's only a single, wait, it's a double spike. And that spike should rise higher. Needs to go higher. It looks like an N right now. There you go. Go higher. Alright, let's see where we're at with things here. Wow. It's kind of felt deep. I'd like to see us run. Am I asking for too much, guys? I might be. We might be at the top of where this is going to give us for now. But then later give us a great gift, you know, something like that. Man, it fell below 391 before I could even do anything. These times don't last a whole long time. I want it like around 391.50, you know? And then to unhook these around a $1.50 each would be nice. Okay, let's see what this thing is doing. Come up on its end. Come on, baby. Let's see. Catch up. Where you at? Let's get in there. Okay, so you're going to do that then. All right, well, don't let that be lower than that, and let's go higher. Let's do it that way. Whatever you do, do not build a basin. I'll tell you what, though, that floor has been holding through. It has not dropped below 385 or anything crazy like that. It hasn't really dropped below 387. So, I mean, this thing has been operating as of lately, within a very short, just since it's opened, it's fallen below 3, into this range race, like right here. And it doesn't like being here. Let's look at that a little closer. Oh my God, was that the top we just seen right there? And we're coming off of it? And it's gonna drop now because the top just, man, it almost looks like that. Man, I should have gotten rid of those at 500. I'm gonna get rid of them now. Man, could I buy back in? I guess I could. I'm running out of room. Oh man. lot of buying pressure. I want to see it grow, man. Come on, there you go. Go, grow. Don't come down, grow. Once I start making those calls weaker by selling out of the positions, now I have less working to bring up the overall picture when there's rise in the stock. So that's a really tough decision to make. There's a lot riding on it. Happy Force One is riding on it, which I've often thought I don't want to go too low. I'll just get started on that work. My back has been killing me, but no matter what, I'm going to keep this going, even if I had to, do much, maybe even switch just to stocks and still do a lot of talking around it and just build up on the market, keep it going. This is a hard thing in general. Unless you're winning all the time and you're getting up to $700,000 doing it, then, it's a hard thing to continuously do. But it's definitely a good, here's where options are very well. It's a good, thing to know and how to do. Because when you know something's going to move, you can make money on it. And this thing looks like it's part of that pattern, but it could break away. It could start coming up at any point. Although it's not really, I don't know if I'm trying to be pragmatic. Is it the facts that are guiding me? Or is it, see how I asked those questions? Or is it my wish that I want to work out? I think that there's a combination of both, actually. But I also think that the wish is not in zero. It's not like by itself. It's got a reason. And maybe it might turn out. Let's see. This doesn't look like a basin, though, but it could when we get... Let me pull out and come back in again. Yeah. Technically, all it needs to do is connect the bottom part, and it looks like a smaller version of all the other craps. Jeez. Maybe I made a mistake, my friends. Today could be a bear day. Well, duh. Oh boy. All we wanted it. Okay, what are we gonna do? All we wanted to do is just rise. Is it going up now? A little bit. Come on, let's go on a new pattern of height, will you? Do it for your HappyHealer Lover. We're above 390. I want those 18 calls working, man. I want to get up to 395 and then erase all bad and put some good in there and close them the hell out. We're about 3K down. And this is pulling into like another pattern here. I don't know exactly where it's going to emerge. I'm hoping that it turns around and goes straight up right now, kind of like how this one did. It seems like it's following, like it is on a new pattern maybe. Following like that, and then halfway down. And then it should do the same thing. Oh, that'd be beautiful if it follows through like that. Let's see if that's different than the bulls over here. Let's see. It's a little similar actually. But we might have at least another one to this. That'd be nice. Those ones like that. That basin wasn't really a basin, but neither is that. I think the very top one is the basin. So we might be coming into the basin now. And then we should have one more that comes up. If it stays on this path. I want to see it come off of that, man. What an ugly, stupid chart. Huh. Unbelievable. There we go. Let's go. Come on. No? Alright, it's doing a basin. Stupid thing. I need to get out of this. get out and let my weekend start. Hey, the market's fun to be in when you're making money. When each day is just about salvaging the day, it starts making you wonder why in the hell you're in it, you know? Oh yeah, today I'm going to throw my money at the market and then try to get it back. What? That's insane. Nobody does that. You go in to win. That's why going in every day feels a little like, is this like a show imperative? Or really are there opportunities literally every single day? The long calls, I'm liking them better. Not too long. 45 days on stocks that look good. I like those. I would like to not use any more of my budget, and by the end of the day, hook myself to a couple of those sad situations that are getting ready to go bright. You know what I mean? And give myself time for it to work out. That'll be a lot less stressful. And as we know, wow, this thing is playing around. That does not look right. You know, if all we were looking at is this, it would be comforting. Oh, okay, we're going up. But we know that there's more to this pattern. Man, right there, that's it. It's coming down after that? I hope not. Let's see where we're at with this stuff. I don't want to let them go for nothing. And here's the 8 now, they're even. I can get out free on those. But man, come on. That's not why I got in them, to get out free. We need it to turn around right now and come up. The only good news is things tightened up and it's at its floor. So, can it manage to come off of that floor and bring us some great, nice, wonderful value? I mean, we've got an hour and 25 minutes left of the market, and that's the bullish time. So, can we do it? I think we can. I think we can end today positive. I think we can end today at 395. There we go. Come on. Let's go. Come on, God. Help him, bring him up, and we'll build this good company that helps save humanity. Now these are starting to grow like they did before. Starting to pull back those losses. See, that's almost like I wouldn't be so upset with certain losses, because I know I've had gains too, but I don't want to just be a weakling about it. I want to stick to what's right about the market. I want to be courageous too. Oh boy, look at those sales coming in. I think that, man, nothing is given easy, that's for sure. So we're looking for these peaks. We want the peaks to outdo the previous ones, and this is its second roll up. There it goes. Outdo the previous ones. Come on. There you go. Come on. If it outdoes the previous ones, wow, that'd be good. If it could outdo some of these, that would be on both levels good. Right now, it needs to outdo its own previous level. Itself is the thing. There you go. Come on. Come on, bulls. 391.16. Where are we at this? So we're 480 up on this one. That brings 2,000. Instead of being down 5,000, now we're down 2. See how quickly it comes together? Come on, bulls. Change the mood around here. Oh, brother. There's a peak forming right there. All right, let's look at this thing. We're 488 up. Oh, come on. You're going to give it back that quick? Let's get in formation. I don't want to sell though. And whenever I do this, I like to have another setup right next to me that's telling me and I do, that's telling me what's going on. All right, keep going up. It looks like it might keep going up. Man, it's really arguing with itself right there. We would like it to break through. If it goes up, that could be the start of a new bull pattern. And if it continues to go up, then I'm going to zoom out and compare it against these guys, which will be 393.14 will be the pressure on it at that point. But whatever it does, we hope for it to go up more, to break away from these previous patterns. The floor for today has been down here, 387. We don't want to entertain that floor anymore, although we are at the top of this bull. If it turns out to be that we don't change patterns, that's the best we'll get out of this. Let me go back and see where this thing's at. Probably 300 now. Yeah, 300 is better than nothing now. Let's see what it's doing. It looks like it's breaking away from the top where it's gonna come down. Ah, man. All right, I'll let these go. Maybe. Ah, shit, they lost more value. And I don't know about that bull, man. What's gonna happen in this final hour? I don't want to let him go yet. I believe this final hour is gonna change things. Although, will it change things by breaking through that bottom? I hope not. I hope that this whole trajectory will change. I don't know if it's asking for too much, but that we're so close to that bottom, and everything's pointing to that bottom, which would be in this level, 387.5 or so. It's just something maybe we'll go sideways here for a bit, which will break. I just want to break away from this ugly pattern, folks. Let's break away from that. That's the first level we need to do. And we are a little bit. Break away from that pattern that's so ugly and keep going up. These patterns have a way that can get very ugly and inconsistent, sustained. But we can overcome them. Oh boy. We sure can overcome them, but oh boy, it's not the easiest thing. Takes a lot of fortitude, takes a lot of courage, and perhaps it takes a minimal amount of stupidity. Doesn't take much at all to find yourself in a rut. And it's not really stupidity either. This is greed hell. We shouldn't be in a situation where every move we make is a trap. We should be living with love. I know you guys get it. I show you in stunning order. We do greed hell together, and then we talk about the other word, and we say, now which one's better? You've seen both. Let's grow from there. Which one's better, folks? Greed hell or American Mantics, the version where we love each other and build up life, the big world of abundance. You're focused on your passions rather than, money is your value. If it doesn't make dollars, it don't make sense. A whole life of that shit. Yep, the bulls are kicking in. Looks like we're kind of breaking away from that. If we could just keep looking like that, that's a separate look then. Well, it's not too separate, but ever so slightly I could see. Oh, don't look down. And look at the red charging. That's good. Sometimes it's not enough to make the difference, and I don't put everything on the order book. The order book is always ever just what's happening in that very moment, and that's it. Like millisecond moment. So it gives you faulty readings sometimes. Let's break through. I want to see a breakout. I want to see a line just like form suddenly up at 405. That's what I want to see. I mean, it's had a big ride down. I think bears are quite happy today. If a bear got on at 4:05, bought himself a bunch of those calls that they're costing around $700. I mean, puts, and rode it all the way down here, and then sold. And then they're good. This is the little bit hotter part of the day. So now we're at 390.08. We want to hang on to this. It looks like we're in a new pattern that is right here itself. It seems like the bottoms are falling through in this pattern. The tops are falling, well, except for this very last one, which sometimes anomalies do occur. And, we'll see how it ultimately. We should now see a spike up, though, to at least here if this pattern is to hold. And it's a sub-pattern. It's away from what was going on before. 391.67. And if it's to continue with what that ugly pattern was before, it needs to basically go down. And then it'll look like another stupid upside-down bull. So we're at 389.99. Although even then, the floor is at 387. The time now is 2:44. The bulls are engaged. Come on now. Those bulls are engaged. They don't want to go down that further. And so there we are. It's all up to what happens, how far it goes. I think we have a chance to do it either way. And when you're talking about options, it's all consequential, isn't it? Look at this. It's coming down on, ooh, baby, it's an ugly world. At times it can be. It's all right. What comes down hard, it can come up too. So what we want is this floor to hold firm. And then we want this power hour to come in. Power hour does not need to deliver us a whole lot today. That's the beautiful thing. I'm staying on with all of them, because if I sell just the 8 calls that made themselves even, then I got rid of the power part of my package. In fact, I need to consider getting rid of those other ones right now, and maybe buying a few more of the 900 calls, because those other ones are going to become weaker and weaker, unable to sustain much of a challenge at 395. And the closer we get to 4, the more they'll just lose more value. Let's see what's happening here. Maybe that's a new bottom floor, and it'll come up from here. I would hate to see it drop from here, but if it came up from here, that would be a nice separation from previous action. I just don't want it to keep being a copy of oh, there we go. Okay, so we're above 9. Let's go for a spike. We need to do something apart from previous ways. All this is apart from previous ways. And I'll tell you what, I'm looking at those. I want to get rid of these 11 right now. Because, what's going to happen is that's $500 right now. That's going to essentially disappear. $605. And it doesn't need to do that. If it gets to $395 today, at the end of the day, they'll be worth about the same thing. And that's my point. They're losing so much value in this final hour. Those other ones are not. Let's see, I wanted to get more of those other ones when it was down there, but maybe I'll wait to see what emerges here, because we might hit the bottom, and if that happens, that might be a better place to buy in some more if I really am going to do that. All right, so we got these here. These are not really moving the way I want them to. I'd like to see that they go up a little higher, but with this movement, it's going to be tough. Let me go look at the see how much they gain value as they go. These are those calls. Whoa. You kidding me? Yeah, see? There's not much to see in between. Yeah, I like the 390 calls, and if I was a bear, I would be on the 395 probably. Hold on. Yeah, I don't even want to talk about bears right now. Bears would be fine at 392, I suppose. We're coming up, though. Let me see what this thing is doing. It might be breaking away from previous action. It really kind of is. If it can break away from these previous... Yeah, there we go. It looks like it could be a breakaway. Because it's definitely a third one. Wow. Haven't seen a third? Well, yeah, right here you have. Let's see it go higher, though. 391. Is that my out on this sucker? Let me see where I'm at with this. This is all getting to be a bit down to the wire. 65. Might be the highest we see these. Let's see if this breaks out. Come on. It's coming up with an overhang. Let's see over here. Alright, it's at 60. Alright, so, oh my goodness. I hate to get rid of them because I know how much that makes weaker my hand on going up. But, you know, gotta get rid of that. Thank you. Oh, down. It's already to 390, 32. Let's see what this thing is doing. It's really at a floor unless it breaks through the floor. And it's already did that now. I don't know how this thing could keep looking so far down and still be at 390. It's like an optical illusion. Excuse me. I just want to see how far it lags. I don't think it lags too much. But opened it up for that. Alright, so we're at 390.53. And we are... I have it on mute, so it ain't going to come out. Alright, so let's see. Don't go below... I think we're in a new little pattern that won't go below 189.50. But, or I mean, if it stays within this side pattern, and its ceiling that we need to break through is 391.16. Now, of course, you would look at that as the, oh, there it goes. That was it. That looks like it's going to break through that bottom. That was fast, like a hammer. Turn around, hammer. Feels so passive looking at that stupid snake, doesn't it? All right, so it's staying within that. That was this man. That was like his hand. Maybe it really is a snake, and it seemed like a bug, and it was like, you know. Don't come down past that previous peak. I mean, valley. There you go. Nicely done. Now turn around. Nope. Turn around. No. Turn around quickly. Quickly. Turn around quickly. There you go. Make your stupid valley. We want to see the valley. Turn around quickly. 389.50. Let's see. We got almost 8 minutes till 3 o'clock. Wow. Not a dull moment, I swear. 389.33. What in the hell is this thing going to do? Don't go past our valley, please. I'm eating some mandarin oranges. That'll power up this movement. Mandarin oranges. Yummy, yummy. Time to power up the movement and yummy for my tummy. And there's oranges in here. Oh, I said that. No? Alright, come on, spike up now. There you go. Now stay within a spike. Don't come down. Do not meet the previous drop line. And if you do, hit that floor and do not go further. 387. Because then it's anything that gives us in that same mark within this last final hour. Man, what a scary place to be. I should have gotten rid of these suckers. What are they at, 38 cents now? Man, I'm really hoping for a bump or I'm going to get hit. And it's okay. That's what it's about. That's the bargain we play. Everything's at stake right now in this final hour. Trust me, I'm thinking about every way I can to benefit on what might happen next. And I'm starting to there's not really a way to benefit on the bears movement. The one I see that actually really is honestly most hopeful is that the bulls can get a nice bull run going in the final hour. And the bear movement to me, to switch lanes, to get enough calls to make it matter, to accept the losses on the ones that are already there, but introduce new possible losses on a day that's running like today? Nah, I wouldn't do it. I'm not stupid. I'm just gutsy. I'm a man with a goal. Just like many of us. But I have my limits. I'll get to a certain point and then I tidy up. Right now I'm trying to make it to large, maybe I can make a large progress somehow. There you go, let's go up. And then I could kind of speed up the happy healer process. But either way it's going. This is a life dedication. Although the problems that we're facing don't have as much time as that I do. So hopefully that's the floor here, and it's going to be like a upward bound direction at this point with these, weird looking structures. That would be nice. And if it does that, then it's breaking away from those bulls. I mean, BOWLs. Looks like it's spiked. Has the potential to come down more. Or it can come up. I still want to see the V recovery. That'd be a change from what it's been doing. Yes. Let's go. Right now, we're ever so slightly looking at any evidence and any possibilities of change to go to the upward movement, but really with time dwindling, running out of options, we're almost like passengers to the day at this point. We needed to work out in that final hour. I had one momentary, and I told you how the market works, where I could have gotten out for, free on some of these, taking a loss on others, and taking about an overall $2,600 to $2,800 loss and closing the books out on that. But if I did, then if we can really get a good run going here and possibly a parabolic, well, I call it parabolic with the number I have out there, but really just, 7-8 points. And during power hour, oh boy, then we're okay. And it looks like we're going up on that. We didn't go down. Can we change the pattern? Yeah, I think we can. After that, maybe. We are in the power hour, coming up right up on it. Yes, sir, come on, baby. Maybe we get it. Now we have all 18 working. I didn't close any of them. Yeah, we're really breaking up that bull. That BOWL is a very hard thing to break. That upside down BOWL. That's what they had going on here. And that's what we're out to break. I mean, it seems like we're doing it though, doesn't it? We're stretching it out and stretching it up. Okay, just a little bit of pointiness and come up again. Don't come down that far. That's a weird new development in its movement, so we want to see it continue to gain on it, not fall away from it. But sometimes it just does a little pattern of its own, like a musical note. Come on. And you don't want to see the new peak fall below previous, the new valley fall below previous valleys if we're going to start falling in that pattern, which anything can really, I'll even take that to break away from the bull pattern, because then we can come up on it. Yeah, I do think it's worth the lessons of listening. I'd look at that. If the valley doesn't go below the valley that's there, then I think there's hope that we can, there it goes. There's always hope. The big ones that we're looking for, these breakouts. Power hour begins right now. We're in power hour, 3:01. Let power hour bring us to 395 and we'll be jumping. As a bear, I honestly think you should be selling right now. I wouldn't hold on in power hour. Not if I'm up and I'm trying to dig for more profits. Nope, not with an hour on the clock. It's not very wise, I think. Not with 1 hour. Let's come back here. And we got into AMC for some more long positions. After we closed a bunch. Let's see where we are now with our current ones, because we need to get out of what we can. I think some of them are running out of value. It's almost like Moderna keeps me so distracted from anything with AMC right now, but I know I've got space on these. We've got August 21st. We're in August 13th. We've got September 21st, obviously way out. We've got October 21st. All those are okay. But this one that goes on the 21st, wow, it's actually quite cheap there, isn't it? What level is that? Why is that so cheap? What am I not looking at? Oh, that's today. Yeah, and it's at 34, so, that's naturally. And AMC is not pushing like that right now. Moderna is actually... Let's see what Moderna is doing. Yeah, being a pain. But we're in power hour. A lot of things happen. A 5-point move up is very easy, considering we're only 2 points down. This is not, for Moderna itself, this is just a neutral day. For us who do options, I think honestly traders who just trade in a stock and never learned options, they really get confused by the kinds of things that we talk about.